So as you guys probably have seen, when I went swimming yesterday, I did clear the straight. Everyone said it was impossible. I said I could do it. I said, send me in. You're welcome for everything.
And the straight is now open.
And now the straight is open. It's funny how when I get involved, things happen very quickly.
Did you even bother to say thank you?
No, all you did was make a video making fun of me. All the good that I do for this world, and you guys just laugh at me.
The straight being open, that might be the top signal though. So got to be
Yeah,
careful.
I would not be surprised if we do kind of
Pull on
sell
that.
off here.
Pull on
Yeah.
that news. Yeah. At the very least, I'm like looking through any positions that I have and like stops need to be readjusted,
Trim some of this the pop here
yeah,
and
take
then
some
just
of
like
this gap up
build
on
up
it.
some capital.
Yeah. Reduce into some of the strength. Can't really look at a gift like this in the face and do nothing.
Nah.
Except Rocket Lab, that one's going to the moon.
Man, all this low volume. I just don't trust it.
Um, it's um, it's just called key level. Got some orders queued up here at the market open to
Yeah.
reduce small pieces.
AXTI below VWAP.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Hmm.
that too on this major gap up.
Major gap up. All right, good luck, guys.
Trimmed off a tiny little piece of Amazon. Arm, we just gonna let that one work. Sienna, just let this one let that work.
INSW gap up out of this base. Pretty interesting. Trimmed a quarter of RNG, a third of TXG.
MU, nothing to do with that one. Video. Thanks, my love. I'm just getting all these little 10% trims off the book on names.
Take it.
Just get paid a little for the efforts, you know? Going into this weekend, I mean, just absolutely historic kind of moves across the board.
Can you imagine a better sell the news event? Like 16.6% up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, just making sure to get paid into all these moves. DQQQ. It's like almost, do I just let this thing go, dude? Just gonna continue to trail the 5 day, but damn.
Dude, I would, I don't know.
I
You do
know.
you.
Well,
I think
I've got nothing left, right? I've got 2,500 shares. Like, what do you do? Do you just not give it the $3 down? Like doesn't even matter.
well, I would treat it as like a parabolic. So like under VWAP,
Yeah.
be done with it. Like that, there's your performance booster.
I mean, it's a hell of a performance booster. Who would think that you could be up almost 50K on an extra 2,500 shares?
Beautiful.
Yeah, VLO, probably just time to let this thing go too. Pull back right into the 50 day. Give it a moment. Sun, arm, CIEN.
This NASDAQ chart looks so silly.
Really nice trim on that CIEN. They'll just let it work.
SATS can't get going after today. It's still above the five. Still above the five.
Just gonna get VLO to the close. Close below the 50. I'll be done with it. Amazon arm. All right. Feeling a whole hell of a lot better. Okay.
Okay, trimming spree is over.
I trim basically a little piece off of everything.
I did basically the same.
There are
Has
days to
everyone,
buy,
yeah,
there are days to trim.
has everyone finally capitulates long on good news when we're,
And if it goes higher, we're in it. And if it goes lower,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we'll have trimmed and we'll be ready to buy some more. I think that's like simple enough.
I don't think there's going to be a crash. I just think there could be a pullback to the 5 day.
The only name I really didn't do anything with was MU.
Wow, what an insane 2 weeks.
It's honestly been great. An absolute gift. But we can't, just get too complacent with the gift. You got to pay yourself, get clear-headed, and then we can deal with the market as it comes from there. Because obviously, what just happened was pretty historic, but we can't allow ourselves to just fall into FOMO. We can execute when there are clean setups, but things have just been going vertical, and I would say make sure you've left some positions on in case things are going to go crazier over the next couple of months. But I wouldn't just miss this opportunity to make sure you get paid.
Yep.
Come on, car. Good go. Is Friday the day? Yeah, that would be like pretty crazy to see, right? The market selling off on what is that great news would be pretty insane market timing. Market just runs up into the fact that Hormuz is getting closed or Hormuz is opening, Hormuz opens, and then people fly into the market because it's like, oh my God, this is the greatest news ever. Seems like something the market would do. Arm. BLO, maybe a bounce off the 50. Who the hell knows? Well, after those sells, less less invested than I was. Unless, you know, car ends up becoming a big position. I'll share at the end of the day, kind of my portfolio and how we're looking. My stop on Rocket Lab, like the 5 day for now. Come on, car. Come on.
Crypto is pumping. I 'd. 'Crypto.
Well, that's the one thing that I really didn't do anything with was my IBIT.
Remember, Tesla's earnings are what, next Wednesday? So if you're buying now, a little close to that. But maybe they crush earnings. Who knows?
When I trim, do I also move my stop to break even? No, in most instances, my stops are already like for MU, my stop is basically on this 10-day for now. Um, we could kind of look for Nvidia. My stop is basically this 10-day for now. For Rocket Lab, my stop is effectively this 5 and this 10-day for now. TQQQ, similar story. Probably this 5 or this 10-day at some point, depending how this thing ends up, moving. Um, VLO, I've already trimmed, the 50-day is my stop, a close below that. Amazon, the 10-day, until maybe this thing can consolidate and then, the 20-day begins to catch up. ARM, I'm for now just kind of like this 5-day, and then if we could push away fast enough, then the 10 and the 20. CIEN, this 10-day, Dell, the 20-day. It really depends where price is at. But I try to get my stop up to break even as quickly as possible. Like I always think about trying to improve, as I heard Mark Minervini once say, improve your worst case scenario. And and for me, it's improve your worst case scenario as quickly as you can. So that's what I'm trying to do, but while also allowing things to, work. I'm not going to, just try to cut my position too quickly, but I also can't give, things too much wiggle room either. Like I can't give MU like the 20-day, that's below my cost basis. I can't really give it the 50-day, that's below my cost basis. I'd like to hold it for that someday, but that day's not today. Yeah, it's like $1 on car, the spread. If you're trying to get filled, um, for me, offset limit orders is the only real way. So like if you want to get filled on an uptick instead of a down one. Micron, the only name I didn't trim, kind of coming back. Yeah, I can't imagine stocks really go too crazy today, do they?
I'm just kind of treating the Nasdaq as a parabolic move, and under VWAP, I think we start to see some pressure. Above VWAP, we continue to squeeze.
did about as good as I could have on reducing. I don't think I could reduce too much more. I don't even think I trimmed that aggressively, Pan. It might seem like it because I trimmed across the board, but taking a fifth of my position off the table on some stuff's not even that nuts. Man, these like 15-point moves in MU kind of hurt, dude.
Yeah, a little bit.
I already have added Takar at 440 and 434, but I don't really want people getting in trouble with this thing because it seems like, some people have had a hard time just respecting VWAP, and it's better to not even just sit there and mention every time I'm clicking the button on that name because some people here are not respecting VWAP at all. When you start to get over 435, you should be kind of looking for an exit, and people are getting themselves into trouble, and that's the last thing we need. If you're not comfortable trading a parabolic because you're not respecting either your size or VWAP, then they're just better left alone. AXTI, AXTI. When you get above VWAP, this name has just been squeezing.
The squeezy market.
Oh yeah.
If there was any day to short like a QBTS, I think today like would be it. We're what's that to high? 2.6. I think that's a fine trade. You're under VWAP, market's extended. QBTS didn't have the same type of news as IONQ.
AAOI, XTI. I don't think I'm going to be able to get into this one at the moment. Fang. Oh man, holy cow, Fang. BLO. BLO is officially closed. Bought that name on my birthday. Got some special attachment to that VLO. It's hard to see it go. Can't believe it. Oh my goodness, MSTR. It's crypto's turn.
Yep.
And now that's the only thing going to be pumping this weekend. Oh boy.
Michael Saylor is back.
That's it. I'm buying the sneakers. His newest release, whenever those come out.
Now we just need 46% move up to the 200 day.
And JP Morgan blows up.
I'd hate to be JP Morgan right now. MSTR and silver going up.
Oh no.
That should collapse the economy or whatever they say on Twitter.
Have I always trailed? Man, energy names are getting killed. Have I always trailed like that? Yeah, so like once I settle myself, like, okay, you've gone vertical here. On a name like Amazon, 30% is huge. But yeah, like once I trail or trim some off, I kind of just settle myself into the trade, and I try to get myself down to like I do take some of that advice that we learned from Mark Minervini, which is, and I've heard him say this, he likes to sell half. Um, if it goes higher, yeah, thank God I still have half. If it goes lower, thank God I sold half. And that mentality makes tons of sense, but there are moments that I want to be a little bit more patient with getting myself down to that half size, especially when we're coming out of a correction or the start of a move for a group. So, like, take into consideration, one of the earlier names that I bought was NVIDIA, let's say. Um, I've basically gone from like 14K shares to 6,800 shares. So just more than half sold into that momentum burst, right? Like that works just fine for me. Amazon, I've gone from 11,000 shares to 5,800. So a little less than half of my shares sold in this momentum burst. And now I can, kind of settle myself into a trade mentally. Money's in the pocket, and I don't really have to think about it too much. Micron, I've gone from, what was it? 9,500 shares to 6,000 shares, basically. And a third of my position trimmed. And again, I can just settle myself into the trade like DOCN. Yeah, no, it was like a nice 1 day push yesterday, plus some this morning, sell a fifth, right? Because it's only day two, even though I look for day 3 to 5 as a momentum burst, you know, like going into Friday and it's day two for some of my positions, the market's on day 12, right? And I want to make sure that I'm at least being thoughtful of where we are with the market versus the positions that I own, right? It's the same thing with ARM. I added yesterday 159. I get a really, really nice push. Today all the way up to 165. Let me go ahead and lock some of that in. from my ads and not take the whole thing off, right? It's a fifth of my position. I can live with I can live with if it comes lower, I don't have half of it off because we really didn't even get a full multi-day momentum burst, but um the market's up, 11, 12 days in a row. I need to be, kind of conscious of where we are with the market versus my position. Some people be like, well, you didn't even give your stock a chance to push. Yeah, but look at where the market's at. For all we know, ARM and DOCN and Rocket Lab, and they were just like the getting dragged up by the market because the market was so strong that you either lock some up into strength or you sell some into weakness. Now, the where you end up selling it into weakness could be a hell of a lot higher, but that's only known in hindsight. And, like once I've sold some, even if it's just a fifth, it makes me feel a lot better. In some cases, it's a little bit more, and then I'm completely in the driver's seat. But a name like Dell, for instance, I don't have enough to want to trim. So I just trail. IGV, right? Cryptos or not IGV, IBIT, crypto's acting really well. So I'm not getting too crazy on, taking too much off the board. But even this one, maybe I take a little fifth off the table into this push. It's really not that big of a push though. But yeah, just being thoughtful of like where my positions are versus what the market's already done, and then how much position size do I really have? What would make me feel a little bit more comfortable? And then just do the best you can, but still know, like on an Amazon, it's got all these ascending moving averages underneath it. But we're a little bit stretched here. We're 7 times its ATR from the 50. So understand that, this name could go sideways, and I don't want to have to sit through volatility on my whole size position. I'd rather make sure that I paid myself a little piece. And you kind of change as you go through a few of these cycles yourself too. Like, there is no one like shoe size fits all. I've had conversations with traders where they go, no, dude, like Dell, for instance, I'm just trailing the entire I bought it on the 31st. I nailed my entry. It started to work a few days later. I'm just using the 20-day on the whole thing. Okay, that's fine. I mean, who the hell am I to tell you to not use the 20-day on the whole thing? That would be working well looking at it in hindsight, right? So if that works with you and your mentality, great. Um, but ultimately, you do have to kind of, make some adjustments and, make some trims and trading your own, right? Like I could show you maybe what good progressive exposure looks like. I could show you what I might be doing. I could, tell you how maybe I view the market, but ultimately, you need to make some of that decision on your own and adjust it to your lifestyle, your personality. Alcoa, I thought I saw Alcoa pushing today. Yeah. Yeah, buyback, a pullback into the 50-day, maybe. Could have been maybe bought on the reclaim of VWAP into the 50-day. This isn't normally a terrible spot. I don't mind these spots right there. Yeah, Nathan is one of those people who likes to almost trail the whole way up. I personally like to trim a little piece off, get comfortable in that position, and be able to withstand some volatility and then just sit. And I'm happy to sit with it for months on end, but it normally is not going to be with my whole position. Again, we could look back at something with hindsight and say, man, I knew I should have just held the whole thing or whatever. That sort of trading is only done in hindsight. In real time, what do they
Yeah, you
say? A bird in hand is better than, 100 flying away or whatever. Like, so it's just like when you got some money in your hand and you've got the opportunity to lock some gains up into a 12-day historic move for the stock market plus an overnight gap up, you know, you're not really going to look at that gift in the face and do nothing, right?
right.
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yeah, there you go. There it is. And again, you're gonna go through like these awesome market cycles. And here's the thing. You go through these environments and you learn something about your own personality uh as you go through them. What makes you most comfortable? Like where are you at in your trading journey? How many setups is the market giving you? Like there's a lot of that to kind of be answered. And as you kind of figure yourself out and figure out the setups and what you like to trade and how you like to trade them and how much you like to size and it all starts to click, but you have to go through a few of these cycles and being in a super hot market certainly helps.
Absolutely. To make money over the past like 6 months, you had to be the perfect trader.
Oh, thanks,
Now,
dude.
well, there's there's a reason you're at your spot,
Thanks, man. No,
but
but
it's a lot easier to trade a market like this.
he said thanks, Nick.
You're welcome.
COHR. Holy scanolis, dude. This is that good stuff going on here. CIEN. This market, dude, what an absolute gift this market is.
Hmm. Trashless still below the 200 day. Once it gets over the 200, I'll stop calling it that.
Once it gets over the 200 day, I might be buying it.
Sure.
Bless you. DOCN. Come on, buddy. Catch a little bit here. What are you doing? This market's too strong for you to be going down. No, I did IBIT.
Oh, here we
Yeah, a
go.
little disappointing on DOCN. A little bit. I got rid of a fifth at 90.34. So almost $4 higher. Come on, Car, give us the squeeze. Dude, Justin, Fro, TNK, STNG, actually nice looking charts, man. There we go. Come on, Car. TNK, STNG. Now that
INSW.
now that Hormuz is wide open, you're gonna need these tankers, dude. Can't really be bearish these tankers.
I just bought INSW.
Dude, with that video, Chauncey, what the fuck? He said, "Let's go home, Pip."
BCT is another one that is just going to make a massive move, new all-time highs. But then W at the 10-day. I would be a little cautious buying a bunch of stuff today. Like,
There's no need.
yeah. That's the move,
Try.
JR.
And bis with a little bit of digestion, finally. Yeah, and you see, there are some names that doesn't matter how strong the market is. They just need to pull back and digest for a little bit, which is a good lesson on why you do not need to chase anything. Why is my DOCN down 3% today?
That's a weird looking chart.
I mean, it's a nice morning push, but damn.
Yeah.
I did what I could on DOCN anyway. Ah, DOCN, Core Weave, NBIS. So the CRDO. Yeah, it's a trim day.
Bird in the hand is worth 100 flying away.
This fucking guy, dude. It's worth two in the bush, Nick.
Oh, the saying that everyone knows.
That's the one.
QBTS. I do like that. Should I short that? I do like that spot. Oh, Beyond is pumping today. There we go.
Where in this cycle would you look at 5 minute opening range high gap ups, wait for a bunch to work? Yeah, in a bull, I mean, in a nice, healthy bull, which we happen to be in at the moment. So yeah, we're in that kind of environment now. But again, is today the day to do that? Right? Are you really, really looking for some exposure up here? Or are you gonna wait for a little back? Like you have two options at this point. You let your names work because they're already working and you're just gonna let them kind of trail their ascending 10 and 20, which I think is perfectly fine. But is this really the spot to put on new exposure, or are you gonna just wait for a couple names to pull back for you? Right into, let's say, the ascending 10 and the 20, where you would think that, things would be buyable. The reason a lot of people can't, like, they want a pullback, but then when they get it, they don't buy it. You know why? Because they haven't trimmed into strength. Now that I've trimmed into strength, a natural pullback and then a bounce from those levels, I am happy and a willing buyer because I've already paid myself on the way up. People who don't pay themselves on the way up, now all of a sudden you get that pullback and you don't want to just like ruin your cost basis, it break then that 10 or that 20, and then you stop yourself out, and then all of a sudden the stock reverses from there once you've kind of ruined some of your cost basis. So I think that that's like, you know, kind of an important way to, think about where we're at. Like, I think 5 minute opening range breaks are great. Like this GEV, for instance, maybe it was good right here. But in this market, does that really feel like the best option? Does that really feel like, your best option right now? Speaking of, though, that GEV does look really good. TER looks good. Just good to let some of these things work. POWL, nice chart.
Whoa. ITB. What a move. We back building homes. Financials back to the 200 day. Very nice.
Open door.
I don't know. I just don't like buying that close to earnings. I guess
Dude,
it's,
Intel. Holy shit. What a move on this thing.
oh yeah.
Talk about this was like the nicest little flag in here. And then you just got this massive gap up. This would have been like a perfect pullback buy setup right in here. Something to remember. Wow.
AMPX kind of looks ready.
GDX looking pretty good.
Yeah. Consolidate for a week and then push higher.
Coin. CCJ looks pretty good after this morning's wash. I just don't really love the way it's channeling here. CRCL. I kind of like the way CRCL's been holding. Bad news after a really nice run. Started to just base and find support at the rising 50. Crypto starting to go. I kind of like CRCL, dude. Not bad. Oh my God, DOCN, what the hell is going on? All right, well, be nice if at the 20 you could find some support here, buddy. Thanks very much. A 10% move off those highs.
Anything that's like a heavily shorted name is going to get squeezed today. Oh yeah, indexes are ripping. People actually thought we were going to go down on Friday. PTH on the move.
Love you.
Yeah, all the stocks that rested for like five or 6 days, pushing out of those ranges now. Alter,
Yeah, TER. Did you see that one too?
I'm in it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's gorgeous. AMAT's still on little breather mode, but yeah, CRCL. I happen to like the way this one is acting. LITE. Interesting. What the hell's going on with this DOCN though? Got some more trims off on this DOCN. Can't just sit around in this shit as it just fades back like this. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Damn, what's that fade? Give it a squeeze. Tesla. All right. Trying to get through the 200 day. Probably not one that I even consider buying today. Hmm. Tesla. Well, well, well. I thought this one was interesting just over yesterday and Wednesday's high. And this one's on the move. This one is on the effing move.
Nasdaq taking out pre-market highs. We might be in for just a squeeze day here.
Tesla is just, it's like I don't want to FOMO into this name. Do not FOMO
Just a couple days before earnings.
it. No, I'm not gonna buy SATS. It's nice to see it going, but I'm not gonna be buying it. I'm not really a buyer of anything here today. Just manage what I have. There are some names that I obviously do find interesting. Tesla, I thought was, it's on my watch list from last night. I thought it looks pretty good. Back above the 200 is a really important spot, and it just got above it. So that's nice to see. Um, just literally right over this little inside days high. Great, but no thanks. AMAT to me looks really good. ASML I think looks good. Nice little pullback yesterday right into the 10 this morning, gapping up. Not quite the same, but I love this like ugly weak close, then plus the gap up and a push. It's very Marvell like, right? Where you get that super nasty down day. It's, even ASML wasn't that bad, but then you get that gap up and continuation. Like this little combination here, ugly close, gap up, and then continuation is a lot like what you're seeing in ASML now. Same kind of bar combination. Ugly close, gap up, and then
Hmm.
continuation. We'll see if that's how that pans out, but I assume ASML is a name that could very easily go higher. Do 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 do. If there's a name that I buy today, it's probably this circle. Tesla back above the 200, interesting. I kind of like this circle, especially with crypto going. The only game in town. I think crypto could keep going and the markets could actually take a breather. Why circle? Because it's tight. It's a non-extended stock up 13 days in a row. That's the real reason.
And the theme's coming alive.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. CCJ is another one. That little pullback this morning would have been pretty good. Get that little pullback right into a little undercut of the 5 day, and then you reclaim that, and then through VWAP 620 setup through that 120 level. Not bad, not bad. CCJ is another, but dude, I mean, it's like how much merchandise do I need here going into the weekend? Can't we just consolidate?
Higher.
Like, please go sideways.
Just wish this volume was a little bit lower.
So that none of us could really get long. I got some circle. Man, VLO. Thank God I let that go, huh? Whee! Off the cliff. Who needs crude oil when you've got stable coins? Not me. Let's see.
164 stocks up 4%, 58 down 4% today. This 5 day ratio is crazy high.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Are you looking at on Theme Tracker?
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be really cool to study. So I actually have to kind of go back in and like build it out so that it tracks longer than 3 months. And I'd like it to like track the rest of the year and then make it like a exportable file
Hmm.
so that you can go back in and like look at the entire year and then like map out when things got a little bit, beaten up to the downside. What was the market doing? Where was that turning point when things got a little frothy to the upside and you saw too many stocks up? When that 3 day ratio gets, or 5 day ratio and 10 day ratio gets really hot, when how many stocks are up, over a certain period of time, like, and just kind of be able to mentally map out some of those turning points so that when
Hmm.
things get, a little bit frothy, you've got you've got like a couple of ways to start looking for relative weakness based on like breath data. And then the flip side
Yep.
of that, when things get a little bit beaten up to the downside, and that breath is like really washed out, like at what point historically with this breath data do we start to look for names showing relative strength? And I think that that'll be cool to have like a few years of data and then study it. But yeah, I think that that'll be really good, like a really awesome tool.
Agreed.
Just another little final squeeze up to 500 and change. So I've got that car short in that Wolf competition, but I've got
Oof.
RX, what is that? RKLX, which is
Hmm.
working great, but it's not gonna, make up for, yeah, this one's up 40%. So I'll have like the best and the worst name. Tuesday open, 352. Yeah, the best and the worst name, barring some collapse on Monday. Yeah, ExxonMobil. Yeah, that was a good sell. It was a good sell. It looked good. Gil Morales was talking about the UNR, but I didn't FOMO myself back into the thing. Three closes below the 50. It was good to get out. I got off VLO today. Um, like $6 higher, so that feels good. But yeah, not bad. Not bad. I'd say I mean, things are working. Things are going well. That's a pretty green sheet. That is a You got caught with your XOM today on this gap down. Why didn't you sell it a few days ago when it closed 3 days below the 50 day? I'm all for being patient, but I'm not, looking to stay married to stuff if it starts closing below the 50 day like that. CRDO, a little bit of a breather today. Bloom Energy, a little bit of a breather today. Yeah, things are ripping. Leaders are giving a little bit of a pullback.
We just had the most historic rally in stock market history after Vegas went two shorts.
I'm gonna tell her, telling her you're picking on her.
That's crazy. I expected to bounce after that. I didn't expect a historical rally into new highs.
The greatest rally of all time.
Literally the greatest rally of all time. Impressive.
Holy Tesla. Hell. Well, I guess that wouldn't have been too bad, huh?
I just took a little trim on NVTS too.
Holy cow, dude. Okay, I didn't think that Tesla was gonna be this nice today. Elon should have told me. Oh, heads up. TI. AOI steady. LITE with a slight pull. I see IEM giving back that move, some of it. ALB. Oof, ALB. Without some trims into strength, this kind of yank hurts, man.
Mhm.
Jeez. Wow. Not expecting a 6% down day for Docket, dude. What the hell? Had I known that, would have trimmed more aggressively into these highs. What the hell's going on here? On a market that's ripping all day long? What the hell's going on? AOI? CIN?
I wouldn't be rushing to buy MRBL up here.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. CIN?
Yeah, a lot of little yanks from the leaders.
A bunch of them. Yeah, LITE, this little AAOI, this DOCN. I was noticing some Bloom Energy, your
Mhm.
AEHR. I mean, these things are just on lows. SanDisk, CIEN, which is one that I just trimmed off another little piece on. ALB just got absolutely hammered. TSM on the semi side, kind of on the lows. Um, Yeah, I mean, again, today is more of a trim day than it is aggressive on new buy day. That's for sure. That's what it feels like. I do not like this DOCN action though. Down 6% today is kind of unacceptable.
Yeah, that's weird.
No, if but if DOCN it is at the 20 day. If DOCN pulls back to the 20 day, Will I take it? No, I won't. We're below the 20-day already. And this market is very strong again today. And my DOCN is doing this. And the market's on its 12th up day in a row. So it's like if my stock is doing this on a day where the stock market's up on its 12th day in a row, Spartan, ask yourself this. What do you think then happens to my DOCN if the stock market starts to pull back here? Do you think it starts to bounce, or do you think it continues to maybe break down a little lower towards my cost basis? It's called key level as an indicator, right? So why would I want to add to a position that's already showing weakness when the market's booming? And we're on 12th day in a row. So logically ask yourself this question, is the market more likely to go up or down from here? Obviously, a lot of people operate on, recency bias. So naturally you want to say, oh, the stock market's just going to continue ripping higher, which it very well could, but it wouldn't be healthy, right? The healthiest thing would be a little bit of a pause. But if the market's going to give that little bit of a pause, while the market's pausing, I'm going to need DOCN to show some strength, but I'm not going to be the one to buy it because when the market's strong, my stock isn't showing strength. And it's almost making me question if this is a name I'm even supposed to own. Does that make sense? Like, I don't love to see this weakness today when the market's up 1.3% for the S&P 500 and 1.3% for the Nasdaq and crypto's ripping and here's my stock. This is what my shitty stock is doing today when it shouldn't be doing that at all, right? It should be showing some strength and it's not. And that's a problem. Why is my stock not acting like Apple? Why is my stock not acting like Tesla? Why is my stock not acting like, and then just go down the list of all the things that are up today. And then, I look at a few things, not like it really matters. This one's earned a breather, but you got BE pulling back, you've got SanDisk pulling back, you've got, some prior leadership taking a little bit of a breather, right? TSM, a little bit of a pull here. Like not, it's not the worst. It's not, I'm not panicking. But again, it makes me question if my stock is the stock that I really should be adding to. I don't think, I should be. And that could change. If the stock market starts to pull and my stock starts to go up, then, maybe party back on. Yeah, GEV's a monster. I don't know that I buy this thing right now. I'm not in really the mood to buy much. Circle small position because crypto's pushing higher. But even this thing, stop low of day, I'm out of here. I don't really want to put on too much exposure. I thought, hey, maybe Circle's got a chance. Crypto's really going and the market's pushing in. Oh, we'll see. Like even this arm position, like why the hell aren't you going? You should be at like 172 already. You should be really ripping. But no, you're not. You're just doing nothing. And I see nothing but like an all-day uptick in this Qs. Again, not gonna panic or anything like that, but make sure you paid yourself on positions that are acting a little not questionable, but you just had such a historic run that do you really want to be caught flat-footed on stuff that's just not pushing when the market's still going? I've got expectations for my stocks, and that's that Dan Zanger once told me stocks are only good when they're going up. Directly from Dan Zanger. It's exactly what he told me one time. And then he told me one time too. He said, he said, you got to learn to be more mean than the market, right? Learn to be more mean than the market. In other words, don't give back your money. The market's here to try and take your money. Be more mean than the market. Love your stops, not your stocks. Yeah, I love Dan. Dan was awesome. Lots of wisdom. No, I never met Dan. I was in his room. So I spoke a lot with him and Randy Opper. Does Dan still trade? I'm not sure. I think so. What's Dan's favorite setup? I mean, pretty much any bullish momentum setup, like high type flags. He'll trade like the low cheat bull flags. Like I once saw like him talk about Melly down here, and I was like, what is he seeing? And then it ended up being an absolute monster. Won't ever forget it. And then, I think he said it was like a goodbye. Was that there? Yeah, it was right here. And then, Melly went on to be big mover. Can it be rotation? Sure, but I look at home builders and these are still dogs, man. Below a declining 50, below a 200. Not really something I have to force myself into, to be honest with you. Just look at all of the very best moves in the market, man. All of them occur mostly when the stock is above the 200 day. It's not to say there can't be some trades to be had, as like mean reversion or into some declining moving averages, but the very best trends are above the 200. Stocks don't trend below the 200. They ultimately need to get above the 200 to be good trends. And as a swing trader, I mean, don't you want to be in something that's trending? Well, it's got to be up above the 200 in order for it to even get into a trend.
Yeah, monster stocks can be over its 200 day.
Oh, every single time. 100% of the time. The biggest moves in stock market history do not happen below the 200. Yeah, yeah. Alec with the eyeballs. He loves stocks under the 200 for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. The biggest trends in stock market history occur above the 200. Yeah, sure. Every stock at some point is below the 200, but the biggest move here, it's like, okay, here's Nvidia. Did its move start when it was underneath the 200? Like, did you ever need to own Nvidia underneath here, or did you just have to wait till it got right here and broke above its 200? And then when did its big move start? What about Palantir? What about Palantir? Did its biggest move occur at any point down here? Like you have to own it down here to make tons of money, or here, or here? No. All you had to do is buy this earnings gap up above the 200, and then all of a sudden, it never even breaks the 200 again. Well, that was one POS. Circle's a turd. No, low a day on Circle. Don't argue with your low a day. I don't think Circle looks terrible, but that low day break was not ideal. Arvel. AMPX. AMPX hanging in there. Okay, good question. If a stock is too extended from the 10 and 20 day, meaning too far from your stop area, okay, so I guess the first question would be, why would you own it? Like, why would you be looking to buy it as a brand new position if it was too extended from the 10 and the 20? Or did it get too extended from the 10 and the 20 after you bought it? In which case, you want to trim some into strength, that momentum burst, and then just trail the rest on that 10 and the 20.
Davis pulls a bird. Shorts will have to cover.
Tesla, give me a little FOMO. Yeah, Tesla. I mean, gotta give some credits, I think, for getting over the 200. Man, Circle, that thing got ugly on the daily quickly, huh? Intraday, I should say. Yeah, Rocket Lab's fine. Just be sure to be trimmed is all.
What is more likely? We finish the day with the NASDAQ up 2.5% or red?
Up 2.5% seems very unlikely. Enough, so basically double what we're up today? Yeah, no. Uh-uh.
Or fall back to where we were yesterday?
That seems much more likely.
Really?
Yeah, then finish up double where we
Very.
are right now? Yeah. Yeah. So like in 5 hours up another 1.5%, dude, that'd be absolutely nuts.
Dude, we got five
You would
hours to
almost,
keep railing.
I know, dude. I would almost have to go into the weekend with some short on the market on, like some SQQQ long,
Yeah.
and probably a sizable position too, to be honest with you.
Because now that like all the good news, like the strait is open and everything. Feels like only bad news could come out of that. And we are a touch extended.
A touch. Well, I mean, dude, if we were to actually close up, I mean, even any higher, yeah, I would almost want to run like a super fat short position on the market itself. Like SQQQ long would make tons of sense to me.
Mhm.
Not here to be right. I'm here to make money. No, I don't think I would play TQQ. I'm long TQQQ right now. Might just keep the little tiny piece I have. I mean, who knows? If this one actually starts to break down, I think today might actually be the day I let this thing go.
Yeah, just use VWAP.
To be up 47% on that position since I bought it doesn't even make any sense. 48%. 39.62 cost basis. That literally doesn't even make any sense whatsoever. Nothing. I'm not doing anything with MU. I think MU's fine. I mean, maybe another tiny trim if the market starts to yank a little bit, but yeah, there's not much I want to do with this name. Let it work.
The stocks that go sideways when the market eventually does pull back will be the ones to target. I
Yes.
think MU could be one of those names.
Yep.
Alec, if you're still here, didn't you have a study on like the number of gaps on the NASDAQ? If there was like three gaps. I remember you posting it around October where we had those like,
Four gaps of
yeah.
0.35% or higher. We actually talked that
Oh
about
yeah.
that one. Yeah, I have that tool too. Um, hold on, let me
But
see
it's got
if
to be
I.
consecutive.
Yeah, what did we say? QQQ, four consecutive gaps higher, greater than 0.35%. Five events from 2010 through, here you go, I'll post it in here. We're not there though.
Right.
But Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
mean
Morgan guy was,
Rocket Lab's in a steady trend, dude. I'm not really too worried about it. Just letting it work.
that Morgan guy was right on Carr. Alec, I like what you said about Carr being like the Chinese scams that we saw last year, because it doesn't have those like unfilled gap ups like normal parabolic moves.
Fox is yes. So five instances in every instance of the five instances, we are red 1 week later every single time. 2 weeks later, we're red four out of the five instances, so 20% of the time. We're green basically 3 weeks later. Two of the five instances were green, the other three are red, so 40%. Same thing 1 month. So yeah, 0%. 0% of the time we are up 1 week later when you see those conditions of four gaps up or more, 0.35%. Man, Tesla. Really? You have 22% of your account in Micron from a 453 average. Is that what I'm seeing? How the hell did you end up with a 453 average? Tesla. The 159 and R makes sense. 77 makes perfect sense on Rocket Lab. Like all of your positioning seems fine. The names you own are great too, Max. But the amount you have in MU with that cost basis,
40% day for CRML. Everything heavily shorted. Who's going to want to hold short risk over the weekend?
that's what it feels like. Oh, it's funny.
You really don't think we get to 2.5%?
No, on the
Hmm.
SPY or the Qs, no, that's nuts, dude.
Too
Again, that's
bearish.
that's assuming there's like no pullback for the rest of the day either.
Why would there be a pullback?
Why? Yeah, I don't know. Why would there be? Right up against the 5 day. RNG. Are you still in this one too, Nick? Are you in RNG?
Sorry. Yeah, that's my largest position.
Oh, wow.
I did take a trim today, though.
Man, Dell, such a nice one, dude. Market leader. AAPU, Rocket Lab, RNG. Yeah, you got some good ones. ARM turning up just a little. Come on, ARM. Salesforce software into the 50-day and rejection. CrowdStrike, PNW, IGV, Click Ripping. Oh yeah. These all so many of these names had like this little clean bull flag, like this little high type pennant. Powell was another.
Mhm.
Or more focused on TQQQ entry, keeping an eye on car. No, I am in a piece of car, but I'm like taking a very small starting position, just keeping everything roughly 3% or smaller until um, it kind of rolls. I'm slightly red on the name today, and same with the NAXTI. And I'm not really worried about TQQQ at this point. If there's anything that I take as a hedge to the market, it would be SQQQ on the long side. That's about it. Why not Hood or Coin? Well, Coin, I don't really have a spot to buy this thing, right? It's up, 30% in the last 5 sessions. Hood, Hood again, same story. You're up 35% in the last 5 sessions. I really don't have a spot to buy this thing. Circle, you get this little bit of a pullback into the 5 day, and yeah, it's not really working too great, but a little bit more comfortable, I guess, than buying something that's up 35% in 5 sessions. You'll basically never see me chasing something up 35% in 5 days. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Circle's not acting all the best. Can hardly bounce off the 5 day, which is not super encouraging.
What do you think has a red day first, car or the NASDAQ?
Um, has a red day first.
Yeah,
Can they both have a red day together?
that was a trick question. There won't be a red day. You failed. No, once I just start getting like this bullish and euphoric feeling, I know we are seconds away from a pullback.
From a pull.
Yeah.
Circle did not work.
No, not a correction. like a 2% pullback on the NASDAQ. And maybe 2% is too much.
Let me not get that bearish.
Yeah, I shouldn't get that bearish.
I was supposed to do nothing today, and here I have lost money on new positions. Only I could manage to do that. The less I stop, the more I stop button clicking, I think the better here for me. Circle. About to go on the do not trade list. Come on, car. Slow and steady.
One of my friends that I went to Vegas with did just text me, wow, look at the NASDAQ.
Oh boy.
So take that for, for what it's worth. Now he does actually like look at the market here and there. So it's not like if my dad texted me that, then then I think I would just flip short everything. FN is one of the choppiest charts I've ever seen, and it just chops higher.
Which one?
Ben, FN is kind of like a GTLB, but instead of chopping lower, it chops higher.
I to E. Goodbye. I got murdered twice in circle. Oh well. If today could be the day that car gives us a 150-point fade, all will be well in the world. Plenty of time for that. Plenty of time. Or maybe it's the day it starts to squeeze towards 1,000. SYM,
Big moves.
yeah.
Put that back on the universe list yesterday.
KRMN, HWM. Oh, HWM looks good, dude. KTOS. KTOS, what a turd. ASTS, laggard. Such a laggard. PL. AMAT long. AMAT looks good. ST steel names today? Oh wow, STLD. Jeez. What's ATI look like? Oh man, this ATI looks great. The hell? Oh wow. VIAV. Well, that's
There's
nice.
just so much strength everywhere.
GFS. Man, look at these banks too. Can't be bearish when Goldman Sachs is doing that.
Nope.
XLF reclaiming the 200. That's huge.
Imagine the NASDAQ pulls back to where we opened on Wednesday when everyone still said we were crazy extended and not to trust it. Now the bears feel good about a pullback. We get plenty of like pullbacks into the 10 and 20-day moving averages, gap zones. We can all just buy.
What are you up to today, friend? What are you doing? What's utilities up to? I see CEG trending down. Kind of a turd anyway. VST. Yeah. SNDK at yesterday's lows. Not a big deal.
Ariel, is the theme tracker, does that update throughout the day for the breath
Uh,
stuff?
I think it's supposed to be end of day.
Okay,
I
that
can
makes
look, but I'm
sense.
pretty sure it's at the close.
Yeah, because I saw 164 and 58 like right at the open for today,
Yep.
and it's staying there. So I wonder if
Yeah,
it like did it once at the open and then
I could
once at the
probably
close.
do it where it like updates every 30 minutes or 1 hour or something.
I mean, I really just look at that at the end of the day. I don't know if that would be helpful for other
I
people,
was about to say
but
I that's when I look at it too, honestly. Sometimes just in the evening, just to get like a general sense of, what things are what's going on around the market.
mhm.
Ow, MU. Well, I didn't love having to do that, but had to be done.
Okay, I hope you're wrong, but maybe.
CRDO, TSM, SanDisk, CIEN. Man, there's almost 20-point moves in Micron. Super uncomfy, dude. Come on, AXTI. I'm just watching a 620 setup here on SQQQ. Circle, man. Well, I tried to buy Circle, and obviously that was the wrong decision. I did it twice. I mean, not like I've taken a huge loss on it. I may consider it again. Who the hell knows? Today's just been like a trim day across the entire portfolio on the long side. That's been more my focus. Take a small SQQQ maybe, and then that will kind of hedge out any longs that I might have on. I don't want to get too aggressive in SQQQ, but flip side of that too, we might call it quits on TQQQ if we trigger kind of to the downside. CRCL. Caterpillar, huh? Hell of a day. Oops, Caterpillar. Yeah, cat looks good. The cat's going for all-time highs. These steel names are doing well today too. Look at NUE.
Look at the builders.
Um, is that industrials? What are industrials doing? Industrials look pretty good. One last stab on Circle. Just against the 5 day. Yeah, finish up another 1.2% today. I don't know about that one. Seems steep.
We still have 4 hours to rally.
Yeah, but that would be a hell of a move, dude.
We've been saying that
Oh,
every single day.
OII. Man, it's a nice looking chart too. These uh these boat related names. FRO. Oh yeah, nice one. TNK, STNG, SW, ECO. I mean, these things look awesome. These things look really good. Oh yeah, Galaxy, very nice. Galaxy, huh? Coming back. Nice to see. Somebody said eBay flat base breakout.
1999.
I almost can't believe this eBay is up here. DOWL. That one had like a nice pennant too. Oh yeah. Dude, some stocks are just so strong right now. It went from death and destruction to perfect bull pennants and follow through. It's crazy how that changed. Oh, I mean, so clean. There was another one too. Was it KLIC? I mean, look at this thing. It literally went from death and destruction to picture perfect bull pennants, dude. What?
We track price.
Oh, dude, it'd be nice if Rocket Lab could give us that.
Aiming all day long. I don't know anyone who does that.
Wasn't there a couple others that had like picture perfect bull pennants too? Man, Dell. So nice.
Is Doc gonna buy down here?
I'm not
Maybe
really,
over.
I was about to
Yeah.
say, I'm not adding any. We'll see what it does on Monday, or we'll see what I really want to see names act well when the market digests. Holy
Mm.
MPWR. Yeah, when the market goes for a small breather, however long that breather might last, that's when I'll be looking for relative strength and stocks that are doing this. I mean, both KLIC and Powell were both on last night's watch list videos. So, I mean, for anybody who's watching those, you know, those were buyable today. Those were buyable. LSCC, yeah, another monster. I mean, this is kind of sloppy, but basically the same thing, dude. Just a very short consolidation after the move up, right? Not like some massive consolidation, but there you go. Really nice continuation today. And look at this LSCC. Look at what they're doing with this MPWR. Look at this Intel. I mean, AMD is bouncing right back. Yeah, hopefully ARM could, start to bounce from these levels and give us a close like north of 166. That would be sweet. Just above yesterday's high. It's not even that bad. Not asking for much. Missed your entry on Paul? I mean, dude, you can't catch them all. You know, if there was, here's your entry right here. Let the morning wash out, let it set the intraday low, and then buy the reclaim slash 620 setup. That's it. And it also happened to be the reclaim of its opening print. Not too much crazier than that.
ALIC trades pretty thin intraday.
It does. It does. STX looks a lot like that LSCC. I'm assuming that STX probably looks a lot like WDC at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, SNDK gets a little bit of the washout, and for all we know, that might have been it. Same with Micron. A little bit of a washout right into the 5 day, and Yeah, it does look pretty good too. Oh, tons of eyes on MU. I'm hopeful that it just goes next week.
It's likely that the market's bottomed. I don't know about that.
Who said that?
Look at the chat. Mike Zaccardi.
Oh, he posted something. Some analyst
Yeah.
said that on
Yeah.
April 17th. The market has likely hit a near-term bottom. Huh.
I might have to agree.
That's a bold prediction. Really sticking his neck out there.
Dude, he could lose his job if he's wrong about that one.
Yes.
Dude, imagine if he is wrong and he's like, oh man, not good.
Dell,
I'm
strongest
gonna
name out there.
walk Pip. Be back in a bit.
Nvidia less than 5%, 4% away from an all-time closing high. Man, AMKR. This thing has been super strong. CCJ, NLR. You know what? Actually, build a build an ETFs list. Create new list. ETFs and start that sucker. What we got? EBH, CLOU. Those both add? Okay, cool. DRIV, WC, PN. FORM. Man, what a monster stock, too. IWM, Jets, BMV, MDY, OIH. Any others off the top of my head? XAR, the SPY. What are the other ones? XLI, XLK, XLP? Cool. If I remember any more, throw them in there. Fernando, I don't need to be at the desk all day, dude. But I don't have kids. I don't have kids. I go to the gym after market close. Sometimes, I hang with my wife, I hang with my dogs. Like, I don't know exactly what else I'm supposed to be doing with my day. I was just having this conversation yesterday during pre-market prep. Someone's like, well, you know, do you do real estate or something? Do you spend your time by like guys, all I do is focus on markets. So markets, my wife, my dogs, my family, my friends, that's my life, right? I mean, that's it. Yeah, vibe coding. You know, playing pickleball. And I just do what I want to do. Like, we'll vacation when it's time to vacation and we'll do other stuff, but like, what the hell else am I supposed to do with my life exactly? So I'm here and I spend a lot of time with you guys, which I enjoy, right? But I'm at the desk like almost either way. And now I've just got a bunch of newer students who, are trying to get caught up with trading, which is completely fine. Um, and so it's just something else for me to focus on, but it's really trading related. Like I'm repeating a lot of the same things. So I'm like trying to instill some good habits in myself as well as pass them along to others. But really, like, what else am I supposed to do with my time? Right? It's not like I like have some hobby. I like golfing. When the weather gets a little bit better and the market's like this and there's nothing to do, I'm going to get off the screens and I'm going to go golf. And I would recommend that a lot of students take your position, set your stops, and get out there, right? Like you don't have to sit here all day long like I do. And I'm not going to either. I don't suggest anybody do that. You know, you can, that's it. That's part of the reason why we've got such nice scanning software. You got Deep View, you got FinViz, you got Theme Tracker, figure out what happened after the market's closed. Are your positions working? If your positions are working, set your stops and then go hang with your family. Go hang with your friends, go outside, touch grass, do something. Right? When the weather's a little nicer and I can go golf, I will not be on the screens all day. We'll be done at noon and we can go enjoy our life. If there's questions to answer, we'll answer them in the evening. If there's a market to scan, we'll scan for it at night. No, you don't need to be. Look, if you're brand new though, and you're trying to like play catch up and like you're trying to get this game understood a little bit faster, you got to put in long hours, right? There is no shortcuts to just being like, oh, I want to get as proficient as you and, what setups I trade and how I buy things and, like trying to understand what maybe you don't understand. Oh, this SLB looks great. SLB looks awesome. But you're not going to just do that in a couple of weeks. You have to put in some insanely long hours. But on the flip side, people still have a life. They've got family, they've got other things, they've got a career. Like, a lot of people don't trade full time. If you trade full time, then you got to put in full time effort. If you have another career, be patient with yourself. Be patient. The market's not going anywhere. Take the time to learn the little things, right? How do I scan for the setups that I like to trade? What is proper position sizing? What does a good setup look like? How do I trim something? Where do I trade? A lot of new people don't even know what a limit order is, and that's fine. So you got a lot of work to do. That's not a problem. Yeah, Bitcoin, my IBIT's working. This IBIT is working, but even IBIT's been trimmed down in a small little way too. About a fifth of all my positions, at the very least, of names that I didn't have trimmed are now trimmed. STM. Somebody was talking about this STM. Man, man, oh man. Yeah, there's no reason to add Rocket Lab just yet, dude. We're gonna let this thing hopefully digest for like 2 days, 3 days up here. We got beautiful amount of cushion on this thing. Just let it go sideways, hopefully for a couple days. And you see these little bull pennants that we're getting everywhere, like in POWL. Dude, if we could just get a little bull pennant on Rocket Lab, I would get so silly aggressive on a day like today if Rocket Lab could go sideways for like 4 sessions. If we could just do this for like a handful of days. I don't know if I'm like asking for too much, but if that can happen, man, that would be so sweet. I mean, we're seeing it all over the place, so why not? Why not Rocket Lab? I don't know that that's going to happen, but if it did, CCJ's breaking your heart. Dude, I've been looking at this one for like 2 days, and I'm like, where do I buy it? Do I buy it? Is there enough momentum here? This thing is just grinding higher. Like, where do I buy it? Where do I set my stop? And I'm just like not coming up with a good enough answer. And so I'm just gonna leave it alone. VIAV all-time high. Yeah. I looked at this one earlier. There's so many names ripping. It's crazy. How do I manage pullbacks and not get faked out or freaked out on giving too much Dude, I've been talking about this for days. Trim into strength. If you trim into strength, you aren't panicking on a pullback. And get yourself to, like, for me, I've gotten myself down to like half of my original MU, half of my original Nvidia, half my original Amazon. I've taken off a piece of CIEN, right? I've taken off some IGV, I've taken off some IBIT, I've taken off some ARM. I've taken off positions on all, I've taken off a little Rocket Lab, and they can now do whatever the hell they want, and it really won't matter. But if they can go ahead and set up, and that requires some pullback and some sideways and some chop and a little heartburn, right? As long as you can kind of live through that, then fantastic. You'll come back in a couple days, and like when MU's ready to power through these highs, and I'm hopeful that it doesn't even go on Monday. I'm hopeful that we get like another chop day, and let's just stay above this day's low. Hopefully, I'm not asking for too much. And we build like this little bit of a bull flag here, right? Where this looks like a small little bit of a bull flag, where you get this move up, and then you get a little move sideways, and here's your bull flag. Move up, move sideways, and then eventually break out. Is that too much to ask for? I hope not. Maybe 3 days, 2 days, right in this consolidation after this 50% move, and then rocket higher. And ideally, the market shows a little bit of weakness, and that causes this thing to go sideways. Or it doesn't, and then it just rips higher, and maybe I'm forced to buy it on Monday, right? Maybe I'm forced to buy it over, 466. Part of me is even looking at this and go, man, do I buy this as a 620 setup? Do I add back a couple shares? It's like, I don't know. Probably not. The environment is the most important part. I talked about it this morning during pre-market prep, and somebody asked me about DOCN, and they were like, well, what was the setup? Like, the market doesn't always give us these picture perfect POWL pennants, right? Sometimes the market gives us like these alternative entry tactics. But what increases the likelihood of these, setups that are in uptrends? What increases their likelihood that they work? A really strong environment, right? A strong environment lifts all boats. So then how do you pick which ones you want to own? The ones in the leading groups, the ones that are in clean established uptrends, the ones that are the most liquid and fast moving, the ones with the best earnings and sales, and then you kind of just ignore everything else. And then you use some progressive exposure to get yourself more and more and more involved in the markets. But ultimately, even the shittiest setups go higher in a great market. And that's the hallmark of a great market. That's why no offense to a lot of us, that includes, like every trader on planet Earth, we're all a bunch of morons, truly. But the best of the bunch don't lose a bunch of money when the market's bad, right? But we all make money in a really good environment. Yet, like most of us are, we're idiots. I mean, think about it for a second. I'm wrong like 60% of the time. If I were such a genius, I would be right 70% of the time, except I'm not. I'm only right 35%, 40% of the time at best. Maybe a little bit more recently because all of the longs seem to be working. But just imagine the difference between me and somebody else is that I'm not giving as much back in a bad environment. Why is that? Because I use progressive exposure, because I don't ever oversize positions, because when I'm trading like shit, I don't go putting on more size, I actually size down. That's like the only difference between me and a super shitty trader. Is that a super shitty emotional trader puts more size on when the market's difficult because he's been losing money and he wants to quickly make it back. That's not how it works. But it's this kind of environment where the market gets super hot, where all of a sudden it's like you can't miss and everybody feels like a genius. That's the environment we want to play in. And yeah, that's like really one of the biggest differences between like somebody who's super talented. And again, you don't really see me like on longs. You don't really see me being like, "Oh man, this has gotten so low on service now. Like I gotta own this stock." Like I wasn't saying that here or here or here or here or here. You see people do that and they argue with price just like that Antonio Linares dude on that Duolingo. He's been talking about how great of a stock this is since like up here, right? Or like the long investor on HIMS, right? He's been talking about how good of a stock this is since like up here. I'm not even kidding. And he's mentioned it like every single day on the way down. It's like, okay, eventually you'll be right. Eventually this and that. But in the meantime, you're getting humbled by the market. And the difference is between somebody who's really good is they don't give back money. They don't just sit there and buy something all the way down. They've got really good risk management. And then they get more aggressive using progressive exposure as the market improves instead of, as the market's deteriorating. That's really like the only difference. Like you talk to a Christian Flanders, you talk to an Oliver Kell, you talk to a PBA, you talk to myself and to Nick and to even some of you guys who have now seen how easy it is to get invested when the market's really good. It's not because you're a genius, and I see a lot of you guys with 8, 10, 12, 15 positions open. It's because that's what the market's offering. That's what the market's offering. And it's offering a lot of stocks that are working. Damn near everything is going higher. I feel that every time I get in, the next day the stock tanks. Example, Apple bought 260 a few days back and then yesterday tanked and stopped you out. Okay, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Like, where was your stop? You talk about Apple, the entry was like here and the stop was low of day. So your entry is here, your stop is low of day. It like pulls back, but then it instantly starts to, rebound from that level, basically where the breakout was. And then today, fantastic. And if you're worried about going flat on a position, you have far too much size. So half of your, probably 80% of your problems when I hear about, I'm looking at your Apple, stems because of your position sizing. If you had a 10 or a 15% position in Apple and you went flat, this little push didn't pay you anyway. You think having a 15% position in Apple and being up 2% is making you any kind of money? And then all of a sudden you see it, but you probably had more than 15% of your portfolio in there. Probably. Hold on, let me message Christian and see what the hell he's doing. And here's the thing. It's like also with that Apple position, by the time you even got long Apple this past Wednesday, you should have already had five or six or seven longs working for you, or like four, at least four of them. You should have had four, five, or six longs working for you at that point. So, who cares? Who cares if Apple's pulling back to flat for you? You just let it work. It's earned the right with, when you've got five or six open green positions in your portfolio for Apple to pull back. But there's so much emphasis on an Apple pulling back to flat from the proper breakout spot that it makes me feel like, you didn't have many positions open and you maybe had too much size in that one stock. And so therefore it matters to you a little bit more, that it, pushes away and doesn't slam on you. So just some food for thought. Under. No, Christian's 100% not on margin. You'd go ahead and remove that. He is 100% not on margin. I already know. I don't even think he's 50% invested. Oh, I'm being serious. I don't even think he's 50% at the moment. He was over 70% 2 days ago. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe. Geez, I trimmed some Micron. That's how this market goes right now. You trim some Micron and you're like, oh man, breaking low a day. All right, let me get out of a few more. Boop, pop right back up. Perfect. You added that, I'm you back. I could be patient with it. I basically have got myself down to half of what my, oh, 60%. Cool. I got myself down to half of my original, so we could live with that. And then if it goes to break out, I'm happy to add back almost, a 10% position. As it currently stands, it's still my biggest position. Yeah, but Fernando, you need to slow yourself down, brother. Like, what's the first setup that you can learn? An earnings gap up. How do you build upon that? High volume close. How do you build upon that? A high tight flag. How do you build upon that? A UNR or a low cheat setup or a flat base breakout, or you just take your time and you go through set. It's like, don't be in a rush, dude. Do not be in a rush. And if you try to learn it all at once, you'll learn nothing at all. It's a long, long, long career, man. Don't be in any kind of hurry to learn it all. Trust me. Man, GEV, what a miss this thing is. This 913 level would have been so good. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I don't have to get involved into all these names, man. It's okay. Yeah, I try to. And like what are setups showing us? Right now, they're kind of showing us like these really short consolidations and then pushes right from there. That's kind of what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing. And in some cases, hardly any consolidation. Where's Nick? He's getting walked by Pip. Oh, oh no. Nick's like, yo, what the No. I mean, we're not even, a lot of stocks are back above the 50 simple moving average. No, I think shorts could still work, but would probably approach it a little bit different at this moment. I would play the market short because of what the market's done and kind of take it from there. And by the way, like even with all of my trims, with the small add and circle, with the appreciation that those names have seen, I'm still technically quite invested because as those names grow, I mean, obviously so does my portfolio, but um, yeah, I'm still even quite a bit maybe more invested than probably some of you think. I'm still above 50%. Chauncey, I'm in there with you, but I've been in there since 748. I've had two spots, 780.09 and sorry, 480.09 and 476.06. I've been in there for about the last since early. I mean, not early, but for about the last hour plus. Do I pay attention to total account value when managing positions? For example, if a position gaps down against you or you take a bunch of small losses, do you ever trim? No, 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 no. Okay, so do you ever trim winners soon to help limit the overall account drawdown? Absolutely not. Like, okay, maybe I've mentally done that before. Like, oh man, I'm getting beaten up today. Like, maybe the market's not acting as great as I thought. Let me just reduce a little long here. I've done that before, but let me tell you how destructive that behavior is. It's so destructive because you look, you're going to take like all of these trades and you just don't know which one's going to be a massive winner. That massive winner is supposed to pay for a bunch of small little losses. You can't start like cutting, like you're supposed to limit your losses, not limit your winners. You're supposed to limit your losses, not limit your winners. I'm okay with trimming your winners, but you don't want to just sit here and start cutting off your winners because you want to go home green that day, right? That's not what you want to do. Yeah, that's who was that? Mark Douglas? Docken's fine. I trimmed some Dokken off, came into the 20 trying to bounce a little bit. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, and in some cases less, dude. In some cases less. I mean, sometimes people don't believe it, but like I'll start off like taking my trades with like 5% positions with like 2% or 3% stops, right? So it's like I'm literally risking even less. I've tried like car a couple times or car circle a couple times today, and if I take like a third loss on this thing, I'll have lost about a little under 0.25% on four trades because I'm taking 4% position size. With like an initial stop of like 2.5%. And then the second time I tried, it's like 1.7% stop. And then the third time I tried, it's like the same 1.7% stop. And I'm literally keeping it under a 4% position. I think if the market squeezes all the way into the close, or not even use the word squeeze, but if it closes like on highs of the day, I'm probably going to go home with a short on SQQQ. And I probably close up that last bit of TQQQ into this as well. Yeah, hold a hedge. Yeah, some semis look awesome. Semis look great. Yeah, we're almost, dude, I'm telling you. Yeah, that's just make sure you guys are paying yourself in strength. Yeah, what is SOLS up to? Hanging in there. And not above yesterday's highs. It would be more of a hedge, and either way, RK, I would be waiting for the SQQQ, for instance, which is the name that I would take to start to actually turn up, and then see the market actually start to pull a little bit. So, and I would be almost treating it as just a regular position. I wouldn't be like trying to hedge every dollar that I have open on the long side. That would be a little insane. Come on, car. Come on, car. Car. I have a SQQQ long on. How do I hedge my portfolio over the weekend? I just went long some SQQQ. Can't say for sure that it's going to work here, but stop is pretty damn tight at $56. Nice TQQQ trade while we had it, and we'll see what happens. What is that? Ooh, thanks, babe. Appreciate it. No, I'm not an AXTI at the moment. What video did Chauncey post? Oh
God, what did I
no.
miss?
Oh no.
What video are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Yeah, the walk was nice.
Oh gosh.
It's concerning that you guys are laughing that hard.
It's no big deal, dude. Wouldn't worry about it.
See, I don't like all this cyberbullying. I'm a pretty fragile guy here, so keeping my
I
eye on you
I I
guys.
got rid of TQQQ and I bought some SQQQ.
Beautiful. I am watching VWAP for that, but I think I will join you in STQQ by the end of the day.
I got a 5633. And the only way I try AXTI is if you go red on the day and actually start to stay heavy. Problem is this chart's just been trending, dude, and this name and I have not gotten along recently. Oh God. I mean, car's been easier to short for me than AXTI. Come on, car. Let's get going.
Is Car really going to top before 500?
Yeah, everybody thinks it's going to 500.
True. Actually,
I mean, I don't know. I hope so, dude.
GME topped at 480.
I mean, that's a hell of a move.
Yeah.
I have a 470, basically a 475, 470, 497. Three small ads on it so far. And a small ad there. Yeah, this AXTI deserves a little bit of my attention. AXTI. Great week indeed. Nice job, Mustafa. Break VWAP car. Come on. 458, please. You have an exact 480? Oh, wow. I'm $5 lower than you, but that's like about a 1 minute candle. ASTS, what an absolute turd of a stock this is turning out to be, dude. No, like turning into a big laggard.
I bought SQQQ
Let's
as well.
go. Yeah, it's about a 15% position for me at the moment.
I got 10. You always got to one up me. Yeah, Joe, thinking about like hedging and all that, I used to do that too. And it, for at least for me, it just mentally messes with me instead of treating like every trade individually, like, okay, this stock's acting well. I could take a little trim here. Here's a good risk reward spot for a different trade. Like treating them individually is just a little bit easier for me to like stick to the plan versus saying like, okay, I'm hedged with some SQQQ. So if this pulls back this amount, then I can like release my hedge. And yeah, it just makes like trading's complicated enough. The fewer like correlations that we have to think about, I think the better. It's such a testament of how market environment is by far the most important thing because I'm trading ARM and it's like super annoying that it hasn't made a big move.
At
But
all.
but anytime like November to February, this would be like nice. This is acting super well. Like I think I've finally caught a big winner. That just shows you the importance of market environment.
Yeah, arm making me feel like maybe I don't have enough of this one trimmed off. I mean, Google closing out or is at highs at the moment. Took a little piece of AXTI again. Got some small ads onto car. Let's see what happens.
Under VWAP.
Yep. or VWAP's where it needs to stay in order for me to comfortably be able to sit in this thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, arm, I'm not saying take my strong hand. I'm about to be saying trimming some more, honestly. When you're on the 12th up day in a row and your positions just are no longer pushing away from your cost basis, I try to think to myself, like, what happens if, right? What happens if the market pulls back or even gives us a slight little gap down on Monday, which by the way would be completely healthy, right? What would happen then?
Panic.
It's like I don't want to sit there and just get caught flat-footed on a bunch of my positions, with too many names that I have to then trim off right at the open on Monday. Is the SQQQ trade more of a hedge, or am I actually trying to make a profit out of it? Oh, I'm trying to make money. Yeah, I'm always trying to make money, dude. That's the only reason why I would take SQQQ is hopefully we can get a little bit of a push that allows me to sit in some of my stocks that are pulling back, but I also then get to trim some of this off into strength. Yeah, I wouldn't take it if I couldn't make money or if I didn't think it was like worth the opportunity, but you get absolutely ridiculous on, TQQQ, and I bought it down here on the 31st, and it's just gone nothing in a straight line. I mean, nothing but up. Right at some point I got to be like, all right, like where's the next opportunity? Where's the next opportunity? I'm actually seeing a lot of oil and gas stocks rip right back up, from the gap down. That's what I'm really seeing today. I
It's like
don't. Sorry, Nick. I don't size it against the whole portfolio. I just buy a 15% size and I kind of just live it. It's like beyond liquid, dude. That SQQQ's got like all the liquidity one could ever want and need. It's like trading a million shares every 5 minutes, dude. In some cases, a little less, but what happened, Nick? Sorry.
well, I'm just saying, like, always think about like the risk reward. And like if everyone is already thinking X, then it only takes a little bit of Y to like switch over. So, okay, we've announced the strait is open. There's a ceasefire, these things. We've ripped 16.5% for the NASDAQ in what, 2.5 weeks, whatever it was. There's just like morons on Twitter posting stuff like this. Like, we're gonna, like, what's the next step here? Is the next step like big move higher, or okay, time to pull back and um, like reset the deck a bit.
That's my
I think
thinking.
that yeah, the risk reward is more skewed to a pullback here. But again, that doesn't mean you rush to sell everything. You take some trims, you lighten up your exposure, trade SQQQ. Like that's I think that was a perfect spot to do it. And then we'll let things shake out. But
And if it wasn't, my lungs are still working, and I take a small loss in SQQQ, right? I mean, I could live with that. Not a
that'd be
problem.
awesome. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. It just means my lungs are continuing to work.
You can trade US stocks, but not US ETFs. I feel like it should be the opposite.
So then if that's the case, you would go with something that looks and resembles a lot of the SQQQ. So like maybe the largest weighted stock within the QQQ. I hate to say that, right? But that would be something like Nvidia.
Yeah, like 5 shares or whatever, a quarter Nvidia, quarter Apple, quarter what's the next largest? Google.
Yep. A beta stock
Yeah.
within the QQQ. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
IGV.
Wrong thing.
Come on, car. You can do it. Yo, car, if you could just go all the way to today's lows, I'd be greatly appreciated. Still got 2.5 hours. Anything's possible.
Well, if it's going to trade like one of these Chinese scams, back down to 100.
Just halt down and then just open back up at these lows. Oh
In
my,
my firstborn son, Avis.
oh my gosh, dude. I'd name every child of mine Avis.
Avis 1, Avis Jr., Avis.
Dude, I would name them all Avis if that happened. Circle. That Dell's such a monster. TOCN, IBIT. Slow trender.
Lumberjack. I actually kind of like that name.
What,
Avis
Avis?
Silver, Avis Silver Hernandez.
God, sounds like I'd be getting divorced if I forced my
Ash
hand
for
on that
short.
one. Forcing my hand on that one. Said, no, this is gonna be the name. Yeah, a lot of strong action on DVN. Once you kind of washed out on some of this stuff, nice bounce back today. Looks like the old Strait of Hormuz isn't opening after all, Nick. They're gonna need you back out there, dude.
I'll do what I can. Don't give Pip any ideas. She'd love to.
Come on, SQQQ. Let's go for a ripper. Your pullback indicator triggering on the Soxel daily chart. I got long the SQs. We'll see what happens. This market is I mean super strong still. Man, Google was such a nice chart. Not enough sideways. I really didn't think that like these little 3, 4 day pauses was going to be enough, but turned out it was.
One takeaway from the last however many months is that the market really doesn't get hot without the mega caps, at least like in uptrends. Like we were trading against the mega caps getting like destroyed for months and months and months.
Microsoft, Netflix, Tesla,
Yeah, Tesla, even Google started to fall
Nvidia
apart
going
there.
nowhere.
But once those names started to turn up, that's when things got way easier. So that's a piece of the puzzle that I like. We said that we we want mega caps to stop going down, but to really have a hot market, I think you got to have those in uptrends. At least like a majority of them.
AAOI. Come on, XTI. You know you want to.
YSS, I'm probably going to cut at the end of the day. Car was 24% short float.
Is that what it is right now?
Well, Nikki just said it was 87%. Short float data, I don't know how to.
I'm seeing 26 on FinViz. Let me see. Let's see.
It was definitely a high short float, that's for sure.
Nikki, where are you pulling that from?
Robinhood. Did that from Robinhood users, 87% are short? You know how funny it is that Robinhood allowed shorts like what, 4 weeks ago? And we just had the sharpest rally in history.
High short interest stocks to FinViz or to theme tracker. Yeah, problem is like where's that data being collected? Like Fintel shows one thing, FinViz shows another. I don't know who's the most up to date. There we go, ARM. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Take my strong hand.
It's waiting for you to say it.
CIEN. Circle. Dell. DOCN. IBIT. IGB. MQ. We still have a couple hours to squeeze right back up to highs, I guess. soon as I talk negatively about you, Arm, that's what I'm talking about.
I'll stop giving it compliments. We need to make money here.
Just gotta talk shit to Arm, and it gets going.
Give me your weak hand, Arm. Cypher? Yeah, Cypher is strong.
Yeah, Cipher, very cool. Circle, Google out to highs. Amazon looking pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Blancom, I was about to be sarcastic and say just click the buy button. That's how you do it. Not financial advice, but that would be the way. No, I like the way this thing's acting. You get that pullback today, and I don't necessarily love the daily chart, but you get the morning washout, you get the VWAP reclaim, and off to the races. What else is looking good in that group? What do you have? Hut. Oh yeah, Hut new all-time closing high here. Wow. Wolf with the offering, looking pretty good. Okay, Arm.
DRWB is just tight over that 5 day.
Yeah, take my strong hand. Oracle. IGB. Oh yeah. Yeah, Arm. Not bad. Arm is technically my second biggest position right behind MU. Then Amazon, CIEN, Rocket Lab, Nvidia. Perfect. Let's get going then. When your entry price in a position lines up with a relevant level like the 10 or 20 MA as price moves in your favor, do you still protect your position moving stop loss at break even? No, because the moving average is still kind of, let's say, trending up, then I'll use that moving average, knowing that even if price comes down a little bit, that moving average will still go up. So you are kind of protecting your cost basis by using that ascending moving average because it will be higher. Even if like price were to pull back for a day, the 10-day still goes up as long as price is above that 10-day.
And typically, once I like am profitable on a position, I still have like my hard stop at the original stop place, but then I try to wait for like the end of the day before like selling something, especially in a strong market where we've seen any pullbacks get bought back up. It's just the opposite of what we've seen October to what March, where like we were defending every entry. We were fighting for like 0.5%, 1% here, smaller size. But when the market is so strong, it's going to do a lot of that work for you, and you can be a little bit more lenient. It doesn't mean be lenient with your initial entries and your initial stops and stuff like that. But once something's working, like in a good market, chances are it's going to keep working. You mean car is going to keep working? Yeah, probably. I think car could go to 1,000.
What?
You don't
Well,
think
it's
so?
funny. You had like a little bit of a volume shakeout just under VWAP, and then you just reclaimed instantly. It's just
Yeah.
David Goggins on this thing, man. I'm telling you. But the nice part is they've made the playbook at least easy enough.
It's not get destroyed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. The math just retweeted Connor.
Who? Oh, he did. What'd he say? World, I don't really see the reason to buy Tesla 3 hours, 2 hours left before market close, as it just kind of flirts around with the 200 day. If this thing is actually going to go higher, it's going to stay above the 200 and then tighten up at some point. I don't really see the reason to, get any new positions about 2 hours before the close. Doesn't seem like there's some massive edge in doing so.
And Tesla has earnings Wednesday, I think. Yeah, Wednesday. What's your cutoff for that?
Like
I
four
kind of go back
days,
and
like
forth.
four or
Yeah,
five
that's kind of where
days.
I'm at.
Enough to be able to catch like a momentum burst and trim,
Mhm.
and then, be able to hold into that. I love it. As long as ARM trades like a manipulated small cap all the way to 200, sounds good to me.
When people complain about manipulation, why would you not trade on that side?
Mm, it's a good point.
Like if someone's so powerful where they can control the price and you can't, why are you why are you trying to battle that?
It sounds like me on car.
Okay, well, fair.
GV.
But if we're being objective, like we should have just been short under VWAP, long above.
Oh yeah. Well, it's tough though to like flip positions, like to
Yeah.
actually get out and then get back in without like totally screwing up, or like having too much of a high cost basis. Oh yeah, CIN. Yeah, not through this move, but I know some people have scalped this move.
Where's my download? Card kind of does remind me of those scam Chinese stocks from last year.
This one right here.
Yeah,
There we go.
because in typical parabolic moves like this, you'll get unfilled gap ups along the way, and we haven't had that.
Right here.
Which like you didn't get with those scams. It's just gap it down, bring it up, gap it down, bring it up, gap it down, bring it up.
Almost not even a gap down, just straight grind higher.
Yeah.
Cool
Can
700% basically.
you throw the adrenal gaps on there? I don't think there maybe one.
Doesn't really pick. This is going back to 2021.
Okay. Yeah, you would have to change the setting on that. No worries.
Correct. It's just shorts buying at this point. That's exactly right. It's shorts buying at this point. Man, what a squeeze on arm. Hello.
When my friend asked me to meet him at the rental car lot on last Friday, I was like, I can't do it. Keep walking. I'll pick you up somewhere else.
Not very nice of you. Cipher? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you own Cipher from, but not bad. It's been acting well. Oracle CRM software with a little bit of a sell CRM right into the 50-day today. Well, it looks like that setup's still alive and well.
DB going. Setting a stop on MU. Okay, so let's see. Buy MU today. Set the stop. Yeah, so the reason why I probably wouldn't buy MU today, one, like we're extended on the indexes, we're below VWAP, so there's little momentum. But if you had already bought it earlier and then you want to use today's low as the stop, I mean, chances are you are going to get stopped out on that trade. But that's where you have to ask yourself, like, am I more concerned with having a high win rate and like doing well on a win rate system, or do you want to make large amounts of money with lower downside volatility? Like you could widen out your stop, but and that'll increase your win rate, but that's going to lower your risk to reward on that trade. So if I bought MU today, I would just be using today's low as the stop, and then I could put the trade back on if it does stop me out and then comes back. But I wouldn't be like widening it out.
Telecom.
Wouldn't that make your loss big using end of day stop? No. I'm not sure if I follow Yogi. If I'm using the low of the day as my stop, that would be 1.2% from here. Yes. Yeah. So, like, I always think about portfolio risk on the trade I'm going to take. And when you do this enough, you kind of can balance it out quicker in your mind. But portfolio risk on a trade is just your position size times your trade risk. And your trade risk is just your stop divided by your entry if you're going along. So if I'm saying I want to take 1% of my portfolio risk on a trade, which, like, in a hot market when I'm trading well, that's kind of my max. Usually it's like zero point 0.5, but 10, let's say 1% for easy math, then that's could be 10% position size with a 10% stop, 20% position size with a 5% stop, 33% position size with a 3% stop. So if I can get my stop under a support gap, a previous day's low, key round number, but and I can like stretch it out a little bit, I'll take smaller size and try to get my stop under multiple key levels. But if I'm just using like, okay, we're breaking out of consolidation, I could just use the low of the day as the stop and then size it from there.
Man, energy names, huh? Tesla. A little bit of software weakness today. Guess it's not that big a deal, but
And IGB was up 16% this week.
yes, it was. ASTS, man, what a laggard. What a
Mhm.
laggard. What to think about that one, honestly? Not much.
If the group stays strong, it'll get dragged higher, but not with any power.
The hedge is not hedging. My hedge is hedging. Up like 42 cents a share. What do you mean? We're flying over here. In this market, green on an inverse? Boy. Oh, you got in early though, dude. Yeah, you got in early. You got a little overzealous. I mean, all you had to do was wait for the 620 setup. I mean, that's literally all you had to do. But you didn't want to do that. Why not short TQQQ? I've had
You
such a
could.
good time being long stuff recently. I figured I would just keep the good mojo going being long.
There we go. I like that bullish thinking.
So I'm just going to be bullish the inverse and see how that works out. No, honestly, why not short TQQQ? I probably could have. I know some people will say with the decay, but yeah, I was long TQQQ, so yeah, just going long the SQQQ was easy enough. Same thing, kind of in the brain.
Yeah, there's a slight advantage of doing that, but it's very small. If you staying long keeps you in the right mindset, that's well worth the decay.
SQQQ. This is my largest position too. Twice as big as anything else at the moment. Yeah, and it'll keep adjusting too, dude. So like by the time I looking to add, it's already a 15% position. Not really. It's on Microsoft. Yeah, it's gonna change every couple of minutes, the highs and lows. Might be the absolute craziest week we've seen in a while, huh?
Don't remember a crazier one. Because like
No.
even with COVID, you could say like, okay, every day we're learning more about this situation. And this was literally just like, okay, we're we're going back to where we were, where the strait was open, but we're giving them money, and then 2 weeks of straight up. Impressive.
Kind of nuts when you think about it.
Positioning wasn't even that washed out. It got more washed out last year. It went to 35.1 last year at the
The
low.
washout last year was bigger though.
Yeah. And it's at 79 now, which is not overbought. We were at 81 in May of last year, and we didn't get into the hundreds until October. So I think we still have a ways to go, but not before like chop, some type of chop here. I feel like we have more themes working immediately this year than last year as well. Do you feel that way, Ariel?
We kind of do. Semiconductors, photonics. At least you know what it is with the themes, especially with semis and memories. They're not speculative shit, right?
Right.
Like last year it was like these speculative names, which by the way, those names are going to make bigger moves in a shorter span of time. Um, but like the
No,
names
I
that are
mean like
moving now, like the
coming into the
energy,
follow through day last year.
April 22nd was the follow through day.
Right. So like the number of themes that we had working on that follow through day versus this follow through day, how would you compare those two?
Oh man, actually, at that point, we had a lot of good stuff, dude. Like CLS, Robinhood, Netflix,
We had a lot
CrowdStrike,
of
Uber.
individual names.
Yeah, but like as themes,
Yeah. It wasn't as like
dude,
correlated or condensed.
yeah, I mean, yeah, when you get semiconductors going, but then again, like not long after you had that follow through day, semiconductors took off last year too. Look at the bases that you had like in KLAC, LRCX, ASML, TSM. I mean, those were great. Those were really great.
Mhm.
So, semiconductors always seem to be kind of in the middle of everything, man.
That's why it's like one of the more important ETFs I look at.
That and the
Semiconductors and
the
financials.
XLK, that and the XLK. It's such a big
Is
component.
XLK Tech.
Yeah, and it's like 33 to 35% of the S&P 500. V-shapes have been kind of happening for forever. They've literally been happening for forever. Yeah, C-scalar. They've been happening for a long time.
I think they have gotten faster though because information is digested a lot quicker now. Like Weinstein talks about how he uses like the 50-day and 200-day now instead of the weekly charts because volatility has picked up.
Yeah, everything kind of speeds up a little bit in this market. All right, we got an hour and 30. Software's on a little bit of a slow bleed. Microsoft's given some back here. CRM's given some back here. Yeah, it just feels a little bit more prudent to make sure that you are trimmed on your names.
Yep. You guys have done a great job getting into the right names at the right spots. Make sure you get paid.
IGV's been a really nice trade, dude. It's been really nice. Path, what a terrible software stock. GitLab, another one. Just horrible. What's Roblox doing? Is that one gone yet? Not yet.
Yeah, Ariel still has Amazon.
I still have Amazon. Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason for me to be leaving. I still have Amazon. Again, just because it's fading here, on a smaller time frame, it's not mean I'm leaving. I am completely trimmed up on Amazon effectively, where it doesn't really matter what it does. So, ARM, we're trimmed up. Car, we still have a piece. Sienna, we've trimmed up. Circle, we're in. We've taken a couple losses on this thing. If this thing can't start pushing, then who knows? I probably let this one go into the close. We'll see if it can give me a halfway decent close. Dell is completely fine, just letting the 20 do some work. DOCN, I'm trimmed up after today and that kind of unexpected bigger pullback than I thought. iBits already been trimmed. Um, IGV got another trim today. MU got a little trim on this washout. Nvidia's gotten a trim. Rocket Lab got a trim today. And SQQQ, we'll see what happens. I still kind of want to go into the close with that hedge on, but we'll see. What's the mindset when you trim where you don't care? Like once I get down to about half of my position out, it doesn't really matter, right? If it goes higher, I still have half. If it goes lower, thank God I sold half, right? Like that mentality is always stuck with me now. I want to get to half of my position sold. But if I think that it can, like, I don't just want to sell it half on like day two or day three. I'd like to piece myself out a little bit smaller on the way up to try and capture more of what that momentum burst might bring, and then just, take it from there. Do I ever look back at like trades that go on to make a big move and I'm like, man, I wish I would have, held on to more, but that's always known in hindsight. Once I get down to like half position, then you could really just comfortably sit.
Yeah, SATS is starting to act like ARM did. Where it's just super frustrating. Now,
Thought I'd let you know. See that? Ah, SanDisk 920. And look at this thing go. You get the little wash. The washes are just so good. Dell's so nice. That's just too bad. Had to shake myself out of a few on Wednesday. Total bum for that, but whatever. Intel? Why so much weakness in Intel? I mean, straight up, that's why.
Of the 5 day.
Almost 70%, 13 days. That's nuts, right? Remember when Intel was such a dog and now it's like in 2, 3
A
weeks
meme.
it goes 70%.
Market dynamics. It's so interesting to see how this all played out.
Q, Q, Q. Come on, buddy. Let's get pumping here. Yeah, and KR. Really nice. Dude, this move has just been, I mean, absolutely historic, man. Got to appreciate it.
Well, just like the last 4 weeks. Who knows what happens in the next 4 weeks, but like this was the choppiest market I have ever traded in all of February. And then we finally get directional for 6 trading days. And then ugly close, gap up, gap down is bought up, gap up. Big shakeout, massive gap through the 50 and the 200 day. That closes mid range. And then it's just a rip from there.
Yeah, SanDisk playing that you get the washout and then you get your 620 setup and then off to the races. I don't like how extended this one is still from the 50, but hopefully MU next week. MU next week over an all-time closing high, basically. 465, call it 75, and got to be ready to execute. What makes it a little easier to execute is making sure you've peeled some pieces into strength so that you're kind of ready to execute what comes next. Man, Google. Jeez. Jeez Louise. We are less than a percent away from an all-time closing high.
On Google?
Yep.
Wow. Very impressive.
BENBIS, AAOI, WDC, Rocket Lab, STX, TERARM, and that hood. You're probably going to be able to hold that hood for forever, dude.
It's one share.
I know. It's a great portfolio, man. Man, COHR. Hello. Can't my Sienna be acting that well? Yeah, I'm definitely about as comfortably trimmed as I feel like I need to be. And then we'll see. We still have an hour and a half to kind of make some decisions. Like I might not carry circle over, without like a bigger fade. I don't think I have a really small AXTI. I don't know if I'll carry that over. We'll see what happens. Rocket Lab, nice. SanDisk, nice. SanDisk is gonna blast through 1,000, dude. Micron's got that $500 magnet on it. Put it there. Just put it there for the time being. These, when I place emojis on the charts, they normally tend to work out well.
Yeah, I noticed that today too.
Yeah, look, when I put a SILJ, who remembers this one? There's the laughing emoji. Ever since I
That
put it on that day.
we got to the moon emoji on my QQQ tweet.
Oh, you want me to put one on car? All right. Here, look, I got one.
That's something we haven't tried yet.
Here.
Is
I
there a
wish there
car
was just
crash one?
I wish there was just a way to search.
You could search on Twitter, copy it, and then just use a text box and paste it in.
Ah, here it is. Put him right on the little shelf where he's going back to. And then we'll do another one because in time, this one will get way back down here again. Make sure we got it out here to remember.
Just going back to 240.
Oh yeah. And then this is going all the way back down sub 100.
And this is why you take your profits shorting.
Oh, that's got to be a lesson learned. One 1.8K likes, almost 400,000 views on oil crashes to 83. Guess what happens next? Jeez. This dude can't take him seriously. Bird.
What is
It's
Bird
over
up
with,
to?
Bird.
Oh no.
Bankruptcy coming next.
Yeah, this market rally has been incredibly impressive.
I mean, I don't think we've seen anything like it.
I have not.
Just when we think we've seen it all.
AMPX is another one I want.
Yeah.
And BW. I think BW is going to be a monster too.
That had that nasty shakeout that one day. It's been just grinding ever since. Look at cargo. Yep. If it can't lose VWAP, it was let me see if I can just pull these up from yesterday. So yesterday, same kind of a thing, middle of the day, where it's like you just had this let me see if I could just so this was kind of VWAP right there. Same kind of thing. Today is basically the same thing as yesterday. Let me post it in the trading floor. I wouldn't just short the steady grind up, dude. Short the clear out if you're gonna short. So car was you kind of get a little bit of a blow off and then you fade into VWAP. And if you kind of look at car yesterday, you get the slightest fade. So let me show you. You get the slightest fade back under VWAP and then you reclaim and just grind higher, right? After a little bit of a blow off. Today, you get that grind up and then you start to get the slightest fade just under VWAP and you start to reclaim. It's I mean they're literally running the exact same playbook every single day. If you're not looking at the prior day's price action, then you're probably not really paying attention. Good to pay attention to exactly what they're doing. And then you've got two options to get short. You either see a slam and then with price and volume and then it stays heavy and then you risk off that most recent high, or you see a clear out of a key level like, a high and then you fail at that spot and again you can get short and then build yourself in from there. Or really, you just kind of want to leave it alone. If it's just grinding above VWAP, and I put some on at VWAP and then I just had to cover them, almost immediately, like 6, 7 minutes later. But I'm definitely not just going to sit there and get taken for a, 20-point move higher. Let's see. 16 minutes later. So I got some shares on just under VWAP at 574 and I was forced to cover them like 15 minutes later. So like right in here. Or 457, excuse me. 457, then forced to cover them at 461, 15 minutes later. SATS, dude, Rocket Labs, good. AMD, yeah, a bunch of nothing today, which is good. Bunch of nothing is healthy. Circle going nowhere. Dell, nothing short of amazing, man. One good shakeout, and that was it. No cushion on AMAT. Yeah, I mean, we got an hour 15, but doesn't look like there will be enough cushion on new buys. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, AMD, Tesla. MU's not really doing much. ARM's doing a really nice job holding that bid, though, ever since that push. Can't complain about that. COHR. It's going to be good for Sienna, that's for sure. I just saw IONQ hitting high of the day. Yeah, right into the 200, huh? On some big volume as well. Hmm.
That one has always seemed like the most legit out of the group, which is
Yeah,
why it was
because
kind of weird that
well,
it
they
topped before
they did the
spaghetti.
smart thing, dude. They bought a real company.
Did they wait? When did they do that?
They bought what was it? SK. They bought some company. It was a real company. SKYQ, SKYT. Yeah, one of those.
Oh yeah, yeah, recently.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, they bought a legitimate company.
Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, that's the best thing. That's the smartest thing you can do.
Now you're a meme stock that has a legit company.
I mean, great.
That's a good combo.
Somebody who's going to tell Jim Chanos that they've already got a 5 million share? Who's going to tell this dude?
This IOQ is getting squeezed. Yeah, all the quantums. I really think just like anything heavily shorted with an hour to go today, it's going to get squeezed. Because if we were to sell off today, I feel like it would have happened like earlier in the morning.
Yeah, or over the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, option expiration. I have not studied how that impacts daily price action. Good day for Cypher, man. Shake out in the morning, then just higher lows.
And a new closing high there
Yeah.
since the move up started.
So we had all those quantum names go berserk and then build out bases for basically 9 months. And then they went on their like really big moves. Is that what's happening with like a Cypher, an Iron,
Yeah, I think
except with more
they're just kind of
with more legitimate businesses?
yeah, they've been moving as the neo clouds. Like they haven't really been moving as like crypto related,
Hmm.
which is good.
Yeah, another theme.
Exactly. CRM. Not an uptick in sight since tapping that 50 day. This affects my IGV. Come on, Mr. Salesforce. SQQQ, AMD, General Electric.
Carol, you know what actually caused this rally?
Huh.
Is once we stopped using Discord's live stream.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Ever since we've moved to Zoom, we've been zooming higher.
Alan, just under half of my original. So I had 25,000 shares of IGV. We're down to 11,600. So slowly piecing myself out. And again, I want to be bullish software, but multiple day rally, huge rally off the lows since I bought it. I want to kind of cash as much of my chips in without taking too much off the table. Um, Going into this weekend on this historic rally. You want to get paid as much as you absolutely can into some of this without like completely choking off a potential for a even bigger move or some digestion and then a, continuation higher. But at the same time, I just think about the IGV. I think about, the Qs and the SPY and the Russell. There'd be nothing wrong if this stuff just went sideways for 10 days right now. Like literally, there'd be nothing wrong with this. Yeah, I'm not asking for some like big pullback, but if we got like 2% and the markets were still basically, 13%, 14% off the lows, that would still be pretty awesome. And then you're talking like 2 to 3% off the highs. Like that's still a huge rally. And then you just digest up here for a little bit, couple weeks, and then you go. Right? That would be kind of the best case scenario. If it doesn't happen, I want to make sure I have some shares on. If it does happen, then I want to be able to kind of make sure that I can comfortably buy that pullback without like worrying about how much of open gains I've given back. Uh, the Bears were swimming in money at the time. They sure were. That's too funny, man. Hey, look,
Just 2 weeks.
I just report the news as I see it. Have you seen my most recent memes or my my memes, my thumbnails? They're all very bullish.
You got to get more
AST,
exciting titles.
dude.
Your titles are in like undercase.
All right, I'll make them all uppercase from now on, just for you.
There you go. You'll get more views.
ASTS, just total shit. Last 4 days, market's ripping, aerospace and defense is ripping, and it's closing on a low here. What's going on with that broken stock? I can't even like look at that name anymore though to try to compare it to this absolute beauty. Bloom Energy, I think, the base was the entry was on the ninth. Nothing to do here. Let it continue to flag out, and it could be a nice high type flag in, 3 days, 4 days, maybe. Be a short flag, but it'd be a flag. Google, holy moly. Video, fantastic.
Hope we get carded 1,000.
It's possible.
It's already made 100% move once, twice, 3 times. So what's a fourth? Alan, I agree with you. There's so much easier money to be made on the long side of them. It's like once we identify something's extended and there's like some type of, not even like a reason, but like once they get extended and they stay over VWAP, you get these crazy squeezes.
Yeah, but I would say like after of the first few days of being stubborn, this one got a lot easier.
And it would have been even easier if you're just going long.
Yeah, I struggle with that one mentally, dude.
I know, but I think it's something worth struggling through because like these are some big opportunities that like, we're talking like three 100% moves. So if after the first one we can identify that this is in like a major squeeze and we just same playbook, stay on the right side of VWAP, you only need to hit like one or two of these a year on the upside versus like when one does work on the downside, you're getting 30%, 40%.
I guess the real question is like at what point do you tell yourself car is gonna squeeze in some, kind of
When do we hit like a squeeze threshold?
yeah, like when do you look at it and go, "Oh, okay, yeah, this thing is gonna go make an insane move."
Yeah, that's something we should look at.
First time I shorted car was April 7th here. So it's up like 100% since then. Car 700 to 1,000 probably. Car just keeps doing the same thing though. You get a good clear out, then you get a nice little fade from that level. And then either one of these times it's going to stay heavy or
Oh, like 50,000. So some things we haven't seen on the car chart. Break a previous day's low, close under the 5-day moving average, and no unfilled gap ups, which is the most shocking thing to me. Yeah, Alan, that's something I'm thinking too. So if we have a situation where we have broken previous low, then maybe we stop trading it on the long side when it comes back through VWAP, and then we just stay focused on the short. Because like you still the point of getting these short is you get them closer to the top and you get that like volatile day one on your side. So I still think you need to use like VWAP as your entry on the short side, but maybe kind of a threshold of if we're still trying to flip long then on VWAP recapture is if we've taken out a prior day's low or not. True. It's given you a bunch of false shorts, but like it it also is what happens when it does top.
Dell. So nice. Docking just kind of building back out. MU staying green. Bucket lab.
What was the one stock that squeezed to like 10,000.
HKD.
Yeah, okay. I know that one did too. No, it was like in the 80s or something, 80s or 90s. What was it Ferrari?
No, that would be race, and that never.
Volkswagen.
Oh yeah, got it. Yeah, Volkswagen.
How did that one end?
Like all parabolics end.
Oh, hour to go.
These energy names just keep getting bought up.
Mhm.
Moderna. The hell? Moderna. Moderna to present phase 1 out of 2 data on its investigational cancer antigen therapy mRNA 4359 as its first line therapy in combination with, I'm not even going to attempt that, in locally advanced and metastatic melanoma. All right.
Cured cancer.
They cured cancer.
And they're up 1%.
We're going to need more data centers. AI needs it to cure cancer, right? That had to have been the funniest video I've seen this year.
It was like the most unexpected thing.
It's absolutely hysterical. 166.60. Hertz ripping too.
Would you guys actually buy merch if we put in an order?
Minimum lot area, 8,200 square feet.
As the Avis logo.
Total lot area.
Cool. We'll keep that in mind.
The one who does them in here is I'll have to get in touch with John again. The theme tracker hoodie. XTI, come on down, buddy.
Which one of you guys is this account? I know it's one of you. Nah, I knew it. I knew it was one of you guys. Dude, that's so funny though. Amanda came into the office yesterday and she was like looking over my shoulder at Twitter and she saw Rector's like your messages. She's like, "Oh my God, this person's bullying you." I was like, "Oh yeah, it's Twitter."
This went nowhere fast, huh? MU. SQQQ. Come on, SQs. SQQQ. Little bit of a pump. Nothing wrong with a little bit of digestion into next week, man. SanDisk giving up some of that move. Amazon kind of steady here. On XTI. 45 minutes. Can we close down towards VWAP? Is this FRMM? What the hell is this? Oh my goodness. Forum Markets Incorporated. First the big squeeze, then months of sideways, then it finally rolls over. In the next 10 trading days, where is CAR? Well, whenever it tops, yeah, I would say like 250 maybe. When it tops, it should be a brisk move down, right where my emoji is. Why don't I trade futures? I don't have much edge trading futures markets. It's easy to look at a group and say that group is acting well. Like imagine you're like this ES trader and you're just trading price. Well, you know what's even easier than that, right? Is if you're looking at the tech ETF and going, oh yeah, that's acting great, or the banks and going, oh yeah, that's acting poorly, and then getting into the right groups accordingly. There's edge there. But you could have tech going up, financials going down, the ES going sideways, and you're like this ES scalper who's making absolutely no money just getting chopped to pieces with leverage on top of it. Imagine that. That's why I don't trade the ES because there's no real edge there. There's no it's very, very, very rare you meet people who just trade futures and make money unless like your name is like maybe Peter Brandt or a handful of other people. But there's not tons of edge in just trading futures markets. Like Jason trades futures markets, but he uses COT data. That's where his edge lives. When positioning gets crowded in one direction or the other, and then waiting for a news failure. But if you're just like this constant ES or NQ scalper with leverage, you're just on a quick highway to blow up. A very fast highway to blow up. Now, are there times where there is edge to trade futures markets? I think so. I think so. Overextended silver move, I mean, there's definitely times that there's edge. Really, really nice gold chart and a breakout. I do think that you could trade technicals on futures markets, but like to show up every day and like try to scalp them, You're just asking for an ass kicking. Wow, what an awesome month, Ricky. Oh, you meant like taking NQ? Because I don't really need leverage. That's part of the reason why people trade it. I don't really need more leverage. There's more than enough dollar volume being traded in the SQQQ. There are definitely people who trade futures markets, and I'm sure they trade them well. But again, I don't sit here and think that there's major edge to them. I think if there was like huge edge to exploit in futures markets, someone like Lance would do that all the time. If there was big edge to exploit in futures markets, the short bear would do it. If there was big edge to exploit there, Christian Koulamagi would do it. Bill O'Neill would do it. Mark Minervini would do it. Dan Ryan would do it. Oliver Kell would do it. I would do it. Alec would do it. Like Nick would do it. Everybody'd be doing it because there's just some insane edge to exploit on the futures markets. What attracts people to futures markets is the leverage and the tax benefit. That's it. That's really it. Yeah, Pax is one of the best to trade futures, and he'll tell you what happened to him too. If anybody's ever heard the story of what happened to Pax, getting smoked for 5 million bucks or however many million bucks in just a couple of minutes. If there was a huge edge to exploit, many more would be doing it. Again, there is an edge there. You could trade the technicals on it, but the trades don't come around often, so you have to trade all the futures markets, including soybeans, right? Like Peter Brandt will do. Man, Cypher. Holy shit. So you're trading all the futures markets. Soybeans and copper and coffee and sugar and all of them. Orange juice. Yeah, Jason Shapiro, but he uses COT data. So again, that's where his edge lives. He doesn't even care about the chart. Remember that. He literally does not even care about the chart. He cares about positioning. It's a different beast when you just think about positioning. Why do I think individual stocks can be better? Because think about it like this. When photonics were running and AAOI was on our watch list video as a higher low setup against the 20, futures markets don't move like this. Where the hell else can you get a 170% move in 3 weeks on your money? No futures markets are giving you that. None. Zero. No, yeah, I mean, literally lumberjack crude, and then that becomes like a, once in a decade kind of a move. Silver, a once in a 50-year kind of a move, right? But stocks, all the fucking time, it seems like. I mean, literally, all the time, you get these absolutely gigantic moves. within stocks all the time. So like, rate like, hoping that you're gonna catch like some rare bird. Um, with is this a DTSS? You better not be. Thinking you're going to catch like some rare bird in the futures markets. There's not that much edge there. It's so easy to just be like, man, semiconductors are acting so great. Look at this beautiful setup within semiconductors. All right, here's my tight stop. Get long. The group's acting great. Institutions can't hide their footprints. Instead of just being like, all right, I'm going to trade the ES. And then one day banks are going up, the next day, semiconductors are going down, and then the ES is just flat, and like you've just been chopping yourself up to bits. Yeah, if Q didn't day trade, yeah. I mean, I say the same thing. We'll see how it closes. We still have about 30 minutes before I make that decision. I'm green on it now, so I kind of want to hold it. Oof. Yeah, car. Spin a pain in the ass. Circle trying to pop up just a little bit. Dell. Holy smokes. Whaley, my biggest loss on SILJ, same thing. I held basically a flat to red position going into the weekend and got hit in the gap up. Nvidia 201s. Circle. TEM. Pepis. The Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Oh gosh. And I run so far over. Oh, TEM and like a name like TEM and IoT's on my don't trade list. SOLS. I think maybe this just be better taking out this 84 level. Doesn't look terrible. Adding car to your do not trade list. I think adding car to your do not trade above VWAP list is not a bad idea. DIN. Come on, circle. Little bit better close. That would be sweet. A nice move for Cypher. Yeah, until Carr starts to, unload some of that offering and dilute shares, that'll probably be the one thing that sends this. They got 5 million shares they need to tap into. I haven't seen that they've been tapping into those, but we'll see when they do. I would assume you would think that they are. I guess you won't know until they tell you, but 5 million shares is a lot. I would suspect that, that kind of takes the stock down in a pretty big way. The Qs don't seem to be closing weak. Well, if they don't close weak, we could always get out of SQQQ. I have no problem cutting it flat. I'm literally sitting on a 33 average, 56.33. Kind of a great day for the markets to top off what was an epic week. Circle. What do I do with this thing? XTI's puking. I mean, I'm taking a peek at it. I don't really think it's puking too hard. Just been kind of wanting to see if it'll stay heavy underneath this 81s basically. Bloom. Bloom needs some good rest. 3 more days of some sideways would be good. Raw stores. Oh, wow. Raw stores on this earnings gap up. Dollar Tree, 5 below. This 5 below looks pretty good too. What was it? TJ Maxx? Is that TJX? Not that bad either. No, gosh, no. I hope we don't pull back that much, dude. I would be looking, I would love to buy MU on a breakout of strength. 430? Oh man, that would hurt real bad. Let's just see if we can go sideways here another day or two and then buy the break of 465.66. Yeah, wow. KC General Store too, another one of those, just steady as she goes, man. Meta back above the 200 day or what? Oh yeah, there you go. This all day consolidation. All right. Oh, you got long today? I don't mind the intraday consolidation. I don't love necessarily just buying this thing as it's just gone 30% in a straight line. Tough, but it's working. It depends what the group is doing. I'm kind of hopeful that the market could go through a little bit of a pullback and then that just causes MU to go sideways. That would be awesome. Sideways while the market pulls back. That would be like the most ideal scenario. Wolf, nice, even after that offering. Hut, Iron, Moderna. Yeah, I had a feeling when you said LOL that this thing was gonna have round trip this move. Feels like Moderna's known for some stuff like that. Hewlett Packard, right? HPE. Nice one 2 days ago or yesterday. Yeah, not even all that bad up here. Meta May 20th layoffs expected to hit about 10% total of workforce. Wow, that's a lot of people being fired. Maybe a nice 500 plus squeeze next week.
2,000.
Sezzle trying to get back above the 200 itself. Dave still going? Oh, wow, Dave. Dave. What the
Yeah,
hell?
really impressive. There's AEVA too that I got an alert for today.
Back above the 200? This was that one that traded massive volume, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just not enough cushion on this thing. Circle's gone.
GCT, new green line breakout.
Really?
Yep. Oh wait. Hold on. No, no,
Wow.
no, my bad. A
Oh,
big
that'd be
move.
going way back here. Man, this thing has just been. I remember this up here.
Yeah.
Data cloud technology.
It's on the thinner side, $29 million average volume.
Oh, buddy, we are a buck away from 500. That is incredible. I honestly think I might just go home with SQQQ, to be honest with you. North of 500. ASTS. Jeez, dude. Absolute turd. AVGO. Very nice. Gosh, from almost a stage four into a completely vertical, a 40% move for a company the size of AVGO is just absolutely insane.
Yep.
In 13 days, like, yeah, I almost gotta hold on to that SQQQ. Don't really see the reason to get rid of that just yet. Amazon trimmed, arm trimmed, CIN. Nice. Circle is gone. Happy to deal with Circle again next week too. It's a 15% position. It's technically the only short I have open, even though it's a long. But
Nice rallies into the close here. TR. I'm probably gonna have to throw INSW back. 9 minutes. Yeah, just cut it.
DOCN, not that bad of a little bounce back. Just needed to get the washout. Much better.
I don't want to cut sats because it's not doing anything right, but it's also not doing anything wrong.
Oh,
Already strong
SanDisk.
market.
Hello. Hello. SanDisk. That come from? AMATs? Yeah, AMAT's just, literally doing absolutely nothing today. TSM, small little bounce today off the 10-day, not bad. TSM does not look bad. Nice move up, decent little consolidation. Maybe this thing's ready to go next week. And if it goes, that'll obviously be continued strength for the Qs if these semi names continue. Car pretty clean rejection off that 500.
If car gaps down like super heavy on Monday, this will be the most frustrating stock of all time.
I mean, just a little tap of 500 and who knows? Maybe that was it. An after hours offering, they already have 5 million shares that they can sell. No, it literally hasn't. It hasn't done a thing in the after hour session. Volume just completely dead. Heck of a move for that SanDisk there too. SQQQ. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Are we gapping up on Monday or what?
I think we've got about uh, 11 more up days to go. I think that would truly break people. I think today ties the record for most up days, right?
The Qs have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
No bias. I just made it up. We got some bears in here. You guys don't think Monday will be green? Yeah, I'm going to keep SQQQ. I also think Monday will be red.
I mean, I feel like any kind of bad news could easily give the market an excuse to trade down. And really, even good news is like about all of it priced in the last 14 days. I don't know. KLAC. Oh yeah, KLAC. Look a little like that TSM consolidation too. Yeah, TSM perking up too. Hmm. Do we let go of half maybe and then put the other half back on next week? Okay. I'll probably just hold this thing.
All right. Well, what a week.
What a week was right, dude. Really, circle right at the close. You savage. Sat there this whole time going sideways. You couldn't have pushed a little earlier. That's a gorgeous week.
All right. I'm gonna go play some basketball. See you guys on Monday.
Yes, sir. ESM. Google, man. It's a hell of a close. Yeah, I'm not really too concerned about SQQQ, to be quite honest with you. I've got tons of longs open still. MU, ARM, Amazon, CIEN, Rocket Lab, NVIDIA, IGV, Dell, IBIT, and DOCN. So if SQQQ gaps down, effectively the Qs gap up, then so will all my positions. So not entirely worried about it, to be honest with you. Oh man, you've got a ton of positions. Cipher Hood, Coin, Palantir, IBIT. PDD, that's a little bit of an oddball, but I see you. In NBIS, MU. 87% exposure. Wow. Oh, but you were like at 110. That circle was a little bit frustrating. Thanks, babe. Yeah, circle's kind of annoying. Yeah, that sucked, but whatever. I'll also post this in the I don't know where I normally post my portfolio. Finished trades, announcements. Nope. Market commentary. Yeah. This is how I kind of finished up. SQQQ being my biggest position, but as a hedge to a bunch of longs that I already have open. Took a loss in Circle today. Took a loss in XTI. Flat on car. I had a nice trade on it this morning, but watching it pop back up as always. The VLO finally closed. The TQQQ closed it out. Only 5% invested? No, no, no. We are about 60% invested. Oh yeah, not we. 17% invested? That's a little hard of a trim. 8 positions, Cat, Sats, VIAB, Coin, Amazon, Dell, Rocket Lab, PL. I like that, dude. That's a great portfolio, David. Yeah, I'm at basically 60%. Oh wow. PL, AXTI. Dude, your cost basis on AXTI is nuts. Lunar, MU, ARM, VIAB, Dell, Dockin, Moderna, Circle, APLD, CRML. Nuts. Dude, he was getting long as I was covering. I wish I would have covered the whole damn thing. Circle's annoying. Stupid. Trading 106s and afters. Dumb. Oh well. 90% long, so you still have some room for leverage. Would I hold Shark over the weekend? Yeah, probably. What's the most leverage I would use? If I could get to 200%, I'd love to, but dude, it's uncomfortable to be that invested. I mean, you want to be, but you basically need to find your way into all the leadership. So like if so many of these names can go sideways, like I want to own BE, I want to own NBIS, I want to own Nvidia, AMD, I want to own Marvell. Like if those four names can go sideways, that's like 30-40%, maybe more I can get myself invested. If MU could break out, I'd like to add to that one. If Amazon could go sideways, Nvidia can go sideways, Google could go sideways. I'd like to own those. So it's like, I'm already kind of thinking in the back of my head, I could get, 120, 130%, on a handful of names. And then I could have some, crypto related. I could have maybe a little more IGV. I could have something like Circle, right? I could add more to Dell. I'd love to have more Rocket Lab. But a lot of these charts, they just got to set up. And if they do, right, like here's the thing. There's so much strength out there. We just need some proper continuation setups. And if we can get it, but again, then the job is still the same though. Like you don't just get to 200% invested and stay there just cause, right? You get a little bit of a momentum burst, 3 to 5 days, you peel a little off into strength, and then in a really healthy environment, you rotate some of that edge into the next setup, right? Like that's the idea. I'm seeing these transports come back to life too. ODFL, SAIA. I mean, look at this thing. I mean, if that's not gorgeous, I don't know what is. Like, this is what I'd love to see, like, out of MU, NVIDIA, Amazon, Rocket Lab. No, dude, man, it's really hard. Like, if you are at 200%, it's like for brief moments. I can't remember if I've ever been maybe early in my day trading days, but on the swing side, no. You want to know the reality? You get up to 200% invested, and it's likely that the stock market's already been acting really well for a while. And what ends up happening when you get that invested, right? What do you think happens after you get that heavily invested? Unless you get heavily invested very, very early, right after the follow through day. Like if you were like, holy shit, this is an awesome follow through day, and you started to get like quickly invested either near the lows, like when I bought Dell and TQQQ, like if you had gotten really heavily invested quickly, then yeah, probably, you might be able to be like 120% invested. But like even Jay, he was invested at like 110%. And he quickly got off of that and he went to like, I don't know what you are now. What are you like 70%, did you say? 80%? I forget what he said. 87. So it's like you quickly pared back, 25% of your exposure in a handful of days, which just goes to show you like how hard it actually is to sit with that kind of exposure in the market. And like you get a move, you catch it, and 15% of that is SQQQ. So you're really like 70% invested, which just goes to show you like when you catch a gift like this last week, take some of that off and then you can really, really settle into your trade and not do anything else. You're about 20% on margin. Maybe Fox, you're taking too many trades. And that's the idea. Like somebody wrote this. This is, I don't know if like you feel like you fall into this category. This is Mark Douglas. Is this that note? This is that note. Probably a good one for you to read. You're going home red on small positions, but you have a bunch of greens open, right? That's the idea. You're going home red on a bunch of smalls, but really you're holding greens. Yeah, if SanDisk can give a nice high type flag, I would love to own this name. But we're still a touch extended from the 50 day, 5.5 times its ATR from the 50. Like, give me another 2 days of sideways, and I would buy some SanDisk for like this move through 1,000 into 1,200 probably. This is where I had the alert and I never bought it at the beginning of the year. Shoot me now. But yeah, that one would have been the spot to buy it. I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Focus on getting rid of your losses quickly and then just holding on to your winners as best as you can and peel them into strength. Sell little bits into strength. Nice job. 35% is cool. Like I said, I'm almost 60%, but 15% of that is SQQQ. Nice job. MU seems to be a laggard. Yeah, I mean, yes, a little bit, but a stock that's only 2.5% away from an all-time closing high deserves a little bit of, let's give it the benefit of doubt for just a moment. The weekly on this thing is absolutely, I mean, dude, this weekly here, absolutely gorgeous. And we might just get like hopefully a sideways week, but I'm not gonna hate on it too much. See what happens. Yeah, I think MU looks fine. And if MU is gonna go next week, it'll go next week. I trimmed a little bit more off in this flush. It ended up not being the worst thing because it's basically right back to where I trimmed it. So not the worst. Amazon got a little trim. Everything got a trim today, basically. But anyway, much love, guys. Awesome job. Awesome, awesome job. Sick to see you guys absolutely crushing it. I will see you guys over the weekend. I'll try to work on like another video. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about these like little short pennants slash high type flags, right? Like what we saw in POWL and KLIC. If this is what we run into more of, maybe we'll talk about that and I'll make a video like on these. And this is either 5 minute opening range break, or I prefer this where you get the pull and then you get your 620 setup in the VWAP reclaim. But we'll talk about that in the video on these little pennants. Can you add on the video when names gap up? Oh, you mean like on earnings? Keel risk. I love that, brother. Well, better late than never. Rectoris, we'll talk about earnings gap ups probably the week after. Um, like for as we get closer to earnings season. No, I mean if the market is strong, some names will gap up. How much of a gap? No, no, no. The only time I want to chase a gap is maybe on a follow through day, maybe, and on earnings or like a sick piece of news. Otherwise, I don't want to chase earnings ever. Or I mean, chase a gap up almost ever. I prefer you get the gap up, you get some morning profit takers, just like this one. You get a gap up, and this is where it opens, right? You get the morning profit takers, and then you get your reclaim of VWAP and your 620 setup, right? So like if you're buying like 237.50s, like right in this 5 minute bar, great with your stop at low of day. So I don't really want to chase just casual gaps unless unless it's on earnings. And we'll talk about earnings gaps as we get closer to earnings season. Yeah, I know he was on vacation. I gotta bug him. I gotta get Christian on here. I'd love to get Clement's thoughts once again. It's always nice to get Clement in here. I want to talk to a couple other traders that I respect. Maybe Bracco and TSDR. They once had me in their room to do a little convo. I feel like I owe it back, and those two dudes deserve some limelight as well. Love to pick their brain for a moment. But man, there's just so many talented people out there. I'd want to pick everybody's brain during these like, days. But anyway, I will I will see you guys on Cough Lance. Yeah, I could probably get Lance in here. Probably get Lance in here. Talk about that right side of the V. Yeah, TSDR. Yep. Love to get him in here. All right, guys. You guys enjoy your weekend. Get off the screen, pat yourself on the back. Killer week. And yeah, we will see you guys on Monday. Thanks, Robo Spirit. Yep, we'll talk to you guys soon. I'm gonna post the infographic a little bit later from yesterday. Once again, these transcripts are taking forever. So anyway, we'll see you guys. Enjoy your weekend.